Hello, how's it going? I am here. I am here, and I can't hear anything. I think that's a bit better. I need to press this button here, or one day I'll learn my codes. Hello everybody, it's me, it's Sunday. I don't normally stream on Sundays, but I was feeling it, you know? And so I thought I'd go live and hang out with you all today. And so I work on something new, something different. I've got an idea that could be fun. And it starts with a little bit of a story. And that is that a few weeks ago, I think on stream, I was talking to someone about turn-based RPGs. And I mentioned that like Final Fantasy VIII was my favorite turn-based RPG when I was a kid. And that prompted me to play Final Fantasy VIII. And within that game, there is probably one of the best mini games like ever to be inside of game. I'm talking, of course, about Triple Triad, which is a card game within Final Fantasy VIII. And I thought it'd be fun to try and recreate that. But to give you some context, I suppose we should probably look at that card game so you guys understand what I'm going to try to recreate in the next 3 hours or so. So let's switch over to this. This is really loud for some reason. I don't know why. The actual game itself I've turned down, so it's not so bad. But yeah, I don't know. it's loud. We're going to continue because I'm going to go and not that save. We want this one here, so I can. I should probably turn off the other music as well, shouldn't I? Because this has got some banger tracks in it. So I'm going to go and no, I don't need to save my game. We can speed it up and play a bit of Triple Triad so we can see what we're working on here. This go down here is pretty tough. I might lose. But we'll see how we go. I don't know how much, I turned down the volume because it was pretty loud. But we are going to be smashing some Triple Triad. No, it's not centered properly. Go there. Okay. And then we'll see if we can make it. Basically, it's just like a really simple mathematical card game. You'll see like each card has 4 numbers in the corner and they correspond to like an amount that if you place your card down next to another's and it's greater than, it gets turned into like your card. And whoever has the most cards on the board at the end wins. We need Melbro. Okay, it's my turn. I like to always play this guy in the bottom left-hand corner, or sometimes I'll play this one in the bottom left. Sorry, I meant right for the other one, because it's high number, so I can sort of gauge what the other team has. If they have a higher than 7, then they would have played it. Because the AI is not that smart. But right now, I can flip. I can do a risky one. I can flip that with this. I won't be able to flip it back if it... And so basically this is the game. And they had one there. That's okay. It's probably the only one they have. It's an easy flip. Let's see. We can do it with this guy here. Oh, but it's like really low there. Hang on a second. I might lose. I might be losing. He'll flip it back. And then I'll flip it like this. Oh, sweet as. I win. And so that's just the entire game. It's really basic. And so, yeah, then I get all their cards because, I don't know, this game just works that way. You're just farming cards. That's all you do in this game. So we are going to see if we can create that. So that's the context. And that's about as much as I'm going to play that game because I'll lose all my viewers. I think I already have. Okay, we'll exit out of that. So, I guess I've got to start a Godot project, don't I? And we'll start the music back up. Let's create a new project. Documents. Oh my god, I never know where to save all this stuff. We'll triad. I've been debating all morning whether or not to do it in 3D or 2D. And I think I'm going to do it in 3D because that just is more fun. Hang on a second. Select that. And drag it over. Cool. You know what I mean? Like it's more fun to do it in 3D. So that's what I'm going to try and do. I don't know if it'll turn out good. 2D is too easy. Plus in 3D, I get the flipping effect like for free, essentially. Obviously with the cost of having to do a little bit of extra math, I think. So we just call this the game. And I guess we need a camera because it's 3D. Camera 3D. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn this facing down 90 degrees. I guess I'll pull it back a bit. And it's actually going to be orthographic, I think. Projection, orthogonal, right? And then we might have like, we can look for a view. I forget how to do that. It's all different view. There's 2 viewports, and this one we can set up as what's it called? Cinematic view. Did they change this in Godot 4.4? I can't see that. Anyway, click the camera and press preview. So that's the board area, and so now we just need to bring in like something in the background so it's not super boring to look at. I guess it's just going to be a mesh and we'll put textures on it, right? So we'll call this the board. And it's just going to be like a placeholder mesh, a plane mesh, I guess, or a quad, something like that. And then we've got a white square, which is much nicer to look at. But how big does the area need to be, do you reckon? What's the resolution of the project? Probably need to make it something that's, let's just make it 1280 by 720. Just make it a bit bigger, you know? And that'll be good. So we'll roll with that. 1280, 720. I guess I should probably save this scene, eh? We're gonna go with objects, with the folder, and then save this. We'll just call it game, that's fine. Select current. And we see nothing. I guess we want flat lighting as well. I forgot about lighting. That's super annoying. I guess we'll add the sun and we'll add the environment to the scene. So the directional light, we just want to face that straight down, right? We don't really want shadows either. But we'll, I guess, do we want shadows? I'll turn them off for now. The rotation? Is that what actually like influences this? Okay. Do we want Y, X, that? We want it to just be -90. Okay, -90? Did I write that correctly? No, obviously not. Okay. So now we can have the directional line. We've got the board. And I want to break this up into like sections so I can put a texture on it. Right now it's way too tall. Let's just make it like the right size. So I guess it needs to be 1. Oh my god, my number pad does not work when I'm using Windows. I think I need to turn it to Bluetooth. And then I think it works a little bit better if it's connected. I don't think it's connected. It's actually so annoying. I don't even know how to make this pair. Okay, never mind. It's just gonna be shitty. Part of me for some reason thought, oh, I should take the USB that's plugged into the camera and like plug it in. Like that would be a good idea. The game area is kind of square, so I guess I'll just make it 1 by 1. And I want to make like a little bit of a placeholdery kind of board so that I can sort of see where I need to place these things. So I'm going to make a new one. I guess it's like, they do this on stream, you know? What kind of size? Should I make it like 1080? Just 1080 both ways, or 720 by 720? Because that's the height of the play area. I don't know if it was like that when I like thought about this. They're not square, right? The size of I looked them up. They're like, the ratio is kind of weird. Let me just add some guides. So horizontal or vertical, 200. I broke it up into 200s, I think is the way to go. But it's not going to work because this is not like, this is 720 by 720. So if I made it 600 by 720, is that the ratio? Oh my goodness, I'm forgetting how I wanted to put this together. Okay, canvas size. If it was 600 wide and 720 tall. Just center that, resize. Because they're like more vertical, if that makes sense. Okay, so we're gonna add another guide. New guide. And make it 400. That doesn't look right. Yeah, okay, that one got moved. 200. That looks better. Okay, next I need the vertical guides. I should probably just put it in a grid. 240. And then 480. Guides. Oh, the thing I should have done. Okay, that looks like it's broken up pretty well. And then we'll just make this something small, like 5. Aspect ratio 0, la la la. Color is black. Is that a really thick border? Go down to 3 pixels. Just something so that I know that I've got them in the right spot when I actually start placing cards on the board. Much easier for me to see if I do it this way. Sweet as. Okay. Right, so we can export that as we can go to, where did I save that? Documents? Godot. Triple Triad. New game project, I should probably rename that. Create folder. Assets. We'll just call this board placeholder. All right, cool, that'll be good. Now, that was 600 by 420. So the actual ratio for this mesh is going to be, what's 600 divided by 720? Okay, that didn't work as I expected it. Annoying. It's going to be a little bit less. I don't know by how much. It's not a square. It's a little bit. If 720 is 1, what's 600? Where's my calculator? .833. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So now we can add a material to this. Standard material. And I guess we'll save this because we'll need it eventually anyway. I might create a folder for this. Board. Okay, and the albedo is just going to be that placeholder that we chucked in there. And you can see that looks pretty good. So that's nice. Yeah, cool. We don't want that. Okay. Nose is really... OBS is active and all streaming recordings will... Are you sure you want to exit? No. Okay, that's weird. Cool, okay. So we have the play area. I guess you would call it. What does that look like in camera? It looks fine. Great. So we've got that. And now we need the card, right? I guess we need a card. And that's also going to be another 3D scene. Card. Scratch my head. I'm really itchy. And then we're going to go with a mesh instance. And it's going to be, again, do we give it depth? I guess we do because we want them to sort of move around a bit. So we probably want to make it a box and we just make like the Z really thin. Or not the Z, I guess the Y. What axis am I working on? I'm working on the Y axis. Okay, cool. So I guess we make this like pretty thin. Maybe even thinner than that. I don't know. .05. It's pretty thin. And I guess, I don't know. I don't know about the sizing. So if that's 1, these ratios kind of suck. It'd be easier if I was doing it in 2D because then I could just like actually take the pixels. But I think this needs to be, it's 200 wide and 240. But they need to be like a smaller, you know, like you have to divide that by like 720 or 600, right? So it's 0.3. So 0.33. And then 240 divided by 720. So annoying. Oh, it's also 0.33. It's a third of each. Of course it is. So if this is 0.33, then you need to divide the other one by... So funny how it looks like way thicker now, because it's thinner. 200 divided by 240. 0.833. Oh, it's the same ratio. So we times 0.33 by 0.833. We get 0.27. Oh my god. I am going to regret this. 0.275? 0.275, I guess. And this, I guess, needs to be extremely thin. Dude, are the areas even going to work? This is going to be weird, eh? Let's pull this back out. This is a scene, so we need to save it in objects. This is a card, save. And I mean, I guess we'll see. We'll roll with it. We need to add a material to it. Standard material. So I want to give this like multiple materials because I want there to be like a background that is a color. So like in the game, the player is blue and the enemy is red, or like a pink almost. And we need to be able to change that color on the fly. And so there has to be some sort of gradient behind all of this. And I don't want to hard put that into the card. We could do it with layered meshes. We could do it with, there's like multiple passes that you can do with materials. So you can do like one material and then you can have a next pass and you can have like another standard material. I don't know how that works though. I've never tried it before. Next pass. What if I highlight it? It would tell me. So that's the material to use. This renders the object again using a different material. Next pass material is not necessarily drawn immediately after the material. Draw order is determined by the material properties. Distance to camera only applies to standard materials. Shaded materials with type spatial. Okay, so if I'm going to have a border, it might be better if I actually make a material. I actually make it a mesh. So we can just have this be, can we make it a gradient? Yeah, we can. Gradient texture 2D. And we just drag this down here. Actually, we need to flip them because we want the darker color at the top. Okay, hang on a second. Okay, maybe, is it upside down? Z is up? Which way is up? Z is down, right? Okay, you can see the arrow down. This is the top of the camera. So it's like this. Right, so if I grab the board and I rotate it, I'm looking at it from the correct angle. So Z is down. So this is upside down. And my cards are teeny tiny. Real world resolution. So stupid. This is like the biggest, this is the dumbest idea I've ever had. This is not going to like actually go well, or like in terms of working with this later on, I think it's going to be a major problem. So it's like a light blue, still upside down. Let's just flip it at this point. Or actually don't do that, do this. Drag this to the top and just drag this down. To be honest, we want more blue. Maybe make this like a blue as well. Let's take this color and we will just add this. I can't see chat. Hang on a second. I don't know if there's chat. Is it? Oh, there is chat. Okay. I just realized, I'm like, chat's really freaking quiet. I haven't seen anything going on. And activate selected. Okay. Okay, hey, what are we doing with this beautiful Sunday? Hey, NA Games. Hello, everyone in the chat. I've been neglecting you. Sorry about that. Okay, so maybe 0.05. Oh, okay, you guys were trying to help. MacBooks are a bit of a scam, especially with the upgrades. MacBooks kind of suck, but, and if you want a MacBook, get a MacBook. They're okay to do like development on. I don't think, like, I really like them from like a visual perspective, from an aesthetic. I've never owned one, so I can't really say what it's like because, funnily enough, for me, one of the reasons I got into Linux, I know I'm not using Linux right now because it's just easier to stream on Windows, but one of the reasons, so I daily drive Linux, and one of the reasons I got into that is because back in like 2007, I really liked the UI of like the new Mac OS that came out, and I couldn't afford a MacBook. So instead, I started using Linux, and the rest is history. So what are we doing to give everyone a little bit of catch up? Because I think there was a bit of a lull at the start. They're pretty, but not practical. Yeah, that's it. And that's why, like, even though I like the idea of it, I've still never bought one because at the end of the day, Linux is actually better for me. Okay, so what are we doing? We are making a game called Triple Triad. This is a game that is featured in Final Fantasy VIII, which I was talking about at the start of the stream. Basically, it's a mini game in that where it's a card game. It's a fairly simple card game, and I thought it'd be fun to try and recreate that. We're doing it in 3D as like a little extra challenge. So I'm making these like little placeholder card that we are going to try and put on the board, and then we'll see if we can make it. It'll be a very basic version. There might not even be AI. Linux love. Yes, we love Linux. Okie dokie. All right, we're back in action. Chat's alive. All right, cool. So let's get back to focusing on this. So we've got the gradient for the player card. And now we need a border. Now I decided earlier that it's actually going to be easier for me to do like a mesh instance, maybe even a CSG mesh, to be honest. A mesh combiner. What's it called? CSG combiner. So we can make like a little border. It'd be easier, right? So we can just add like a CSG box. It'll be 2. And it'll be the same size as this, whatever this was, like tiny little thing. 0.275, such a bad idea. 0.275. This is 0.01, and what is the last one? 0.33. Damn, it's about your bedtime? Oh. Hey, where could you be that it could be possibly bedtime? Like New Zealand? Are you from New Zealand? I'll chat tomorrow. I've joined. Nice, nice. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we got that, and then we want to give it a little bit of depth, right? We can grab it. Look, the camera's even bugging out. Okay. Jeez, I might regret. I might have to up it like by 10. This keyboard, yeah. I have had a keyboard for like the last 12 months, and no matter what I do, I cannot get the hang of it. Oh, Australia. Oh, you must be young then. Or maybe you like to wake up in the morning. I don't know. Around 8:30. Yeah, it's the same. It's 8 o'clock for me. Now I know what state you're into. Bit of a okay. Union, subtraction, and then we make this one like a little bit smaller. And by a little bit, I mean I actually am not. Yeah, you have to get up super early. Nice. Grind set. Get your grind on. Let's just take 0.1. No, 0.1's way too much. Let's just go from this digit here. We'll go to 6, and we'll go to 2. Oh my god. Okay, kinda works. Hey, Aaron1206, thank you so much for the follow. I don't know, what are some things you expect to see on a coding portfolio site? It's a great question, but unfortunately, I am not a professional coder. I'm actually a finance professional, so if you want to, and I don't hire people, so I actually can't, I can't help you with that because I don't have a job in this field. As much as I would like to have a job in this field, I just don't. I don't know where else to put it. Okay, well, I think we'll call that good enough. It's going to be a little bit too hard. Hey, Bankley, thank you so much for the follow. They're not even, which kind of bothers me. Like the ratio is a little bit off there. 255.33. Here comes the vibes. Hey, welcome, welcome. We are trying to make a card game, but in 3D. I think that looks a lot better. Okay, let's add a material to this and just make it like black. Albedo. And that is just our border. Oh, that's the wrong one. We need to add it to this. New shader material. Shader, no. Wait. New standard material 3D, albedo. Black. Okay. So now from the top that will look like this, which looks a lot better. Okay, that's great. And then we just need another texture on top of all of this for the actual character. And okay, so we'll call this the border. This is more complicated than I was expecting, but it kind of makes sense. If you're going into the 3D, space, you're going to need to layer it up rather than just using a single, like a set of sprites like I would have in the past for this. We'll call this the background. Background is one word. I don't need to put a G there, like a capital G. And then we'll have like another mesh instance 3D, and this one will be for the portrait. Something like that. Music sounds kind of loud, eh? isn't a portfolio just an extension of a resume? I don't see anything wrong with treating it as such. Maybe some smaller projects would make the cut. Yeah. 2 usernames. I know the person, like, but I forget. Is it Vibing Game Dev? Vibing Game Dev. Ben the developer. Okay, Vibing Game Dev. I definitely remember you from a couple of months ago. Or yeah, a couple of months ago. I haven't been streaming that much. Okay, so we've got the portrait. We need a portrait. I don't have anything to put in. Welcome. Welcome back. Did you lose your account? Did you get banned? New. Yeah, I'll be back more in a couple of months. I've just got to, I'm almost done. Oh, you lost your account. Yeah, that happens. Got to get a password manager. I'll be back pretty soon. I'm almost done with my course and I've been getting a little bit distracted. Like I had a couple of sponsored projects that I had to do. So they're done now. I don't have any more sponsors. I probably won't get any more because the last one I did tanked, which was horrible. But now, do a stickman. You use your YouTube logo as a placeholder. That's a good idea. That's much better than drawing a stickman. Yes, will it fit? Yes. Oh, well, actually, I can just bring it into this. Just undo all that. File, open as layers, and then I can just go to the place where I keep all of that information. That's a way better idea than a stickman, thank you. I was in YouTube and then I searched how to make enemies in Godot 3D and found one of your videos. Remember for that profile and username, nice. Yeah, that one, that's so old, eh? I don't think it's a how-to though, it's more like a devlog, right? Game assets. Gameplay, it's on a stream promo. This folder is so old. Okay, where is the fox? The fox man. Okay, let's just go full. Oh wow, he's way too big. Okay. The width, 200? 200? Scale, no. Interpolation, none. Scale. Wait, where'd he go? Okay, he's just gone. That was weird. Bucks. Nice. Export as new game asset. Placeholder portrait. Placeholder is one word, right? We've also got like the other dude. Open his, oh my god. Open his layers. We've got the fox. We got the dude. We got the dude. We can use him as a placeholder too. That'd be kind of fun. Have multiple. Does that just break it if I do that? That's so weird. Wonder why that is. Like there. And then we'll hide that. And we'll have two placeholders so that we can have multiple cards in play. Just move you a little bit down. This is actually more representative of what the cards in Triple Triad kind of look like. Which is cool. Okay, export that. Okay, we got a couple of portraits. And now we can create the material. Oh, it's going to need to be a plain mesh, I guess. And same as well, the size is super small. I really regret this already. I wonder if 2.275. 0.275. If I scaled it up by a factor of 10, I think it would be a lot easier to work with. So if I made the board 8.33 and this 10, and then just like, can we zoom the camera out? How does this work? I've never worked in orthogonal perspective before. size. Oh, and I just changed this to 10. Oh, bang. So easy. And now I can just scale everything up. It's going to make understanding where to put everything a million times easier, right? I'm right on this, right? This just gets 2.75, right? At the very least, is a lot easier to think about, right? 3.33. We are making a board game. Yes. Correct. Border. 2.75. 0.33. 3.33. That looks weird. And then this 2.5. Just remove the 0 and 3. Okay, it all seems to be intact except for the depth. The depth of the background is way too small now. So you can bring that up to 1. And then this, we bring this up to 1. Cool. And then this, to be honest, we should probably like make this a little bit smaller so that it's not clipping. I'm making a Minecraft prototype for me to know how I can make a game with Minecraft inspired mechanics. Yeah, nice. And now things make more sense. To be fair, like now I can just say this is 2.75 and this is 3.33 as a portrait. To be honest, it needs to be a little bit less. I don't know by how much. 2.5 by 3.3. That's not quite right. Anyway, let's pull it out so we can actually see it. It needs to be above everything. Yeah, see how it's still too tall? 2.5 is good. Let's just reduce that down a little bit. Okay, 2.5 by 3. Okay, cool. That looks good. And now this is probably still too high because if we look at it from the back. Okay, subdivide. No, we don't want that. Oh, we can't see it because it's got no depth, but we just need to drop it down so that it's behind the actual boundaries, but it's above the background. Okay, great. Let's add a material to this, standard material. And for the albedo, we'll use the texture for the placeholder there. And then we need to, transparency alpha, right? Okay, cool. And now we've got a card. How cool is that? And the reason why I wanted to do it in 3D is because I wanted to do the rotation, you know? So now I get 3D effects for free. So stupid. Okay. You know. I just had a thought, but we'll work on that later. Okay, so the last thing we need is like the text, right? In the top left-hand corner, so that we've got some kind of perspective, so you guys know what I'm trying to recreate. Triple triad. Images. This is what the triple triad board looks like. We've got these 4 numbers in the top left-hand corner. Which we should be. Everyone loves Final Fantasy VIII Triple Triad. I just want to look at the image though. Need some more pixels. Okay, this is pretty good though. Like looking at this, pretty standard shit. Okay, we just need to put some numbers on it. So there's what, 3D label? This might be the more challenging part of it. Label 3D. I guess it's going to be label 3D, and they're just going to need to be organized. I might create a plate like a node 3D to keep them all in, so we can have like the stats. they're just visual. It's not like they're gonna need to like know any data. So now I can just take that and I can put it over in the top left-hand corner, somewhere around there. And pixel size, flags, text. Let's just go like 1. I'm gonna need a couple of these. We'll call this one top. We'll go top right, bottom, bottom. I forget how to spell. And then left. So we'll go top to bottom, left to right. No, top to bottom, right to left. Clockwise. Okay, so we'll give this. Okay, so now I can't see them on screen. So I'm guessing that the pixels. Oh, right. I know why. So let's enable billboard and then bring them up. Okay, cool. Great. So it's because it's always going to be like the camera is fixed perspective. So billboard works perfectly fine there. And then we'll just need to move them around correspondingly. Okay, we were working on this one here. Pixel size seems a little bit too big. Still too big. Okay, maybe 0.1 was good. Yeah, 0.1's fine, actually. Okay. Okay, not 0.1, 0.01. Not when you rotate the card. Oh, good point. Good point. They stand out. Okay, what about Y billboard? Oh, of course, it's like Y-axis billboard. Disabled. I might just rotate them? Rotating them is the answer, right? Like, you just rotate them. Transform. X. Okay, yep. -90 on the X-axis. Like so. And then we'll just redo them all because I can't be bothered typing that out. Top left? No, top right. Clockwise. Top right, fixed. Bottom. And then this one will be a left. I don't know if I had finished like actually manipulating those. I guess, yeah, the size seems okay. So top is top. Let's have a workout on their position. So X0, Y, or Z, -0.15 is probably better. Right needs to sit a little bit over this way. 0.15 seems to be the number. Transform. -0.15, that is the wrong. Is it? I keep forgetting. Okay. 0.15. They might get too close to each other. Yeah, I think it's a little bit too close. We'll just work. Let's make it 0.25. No, that's too far. I don't have a lot to work with. Okay. Okay. That's fine. -0.2. Alright. Let's just experiment. The highest number that it can go is A. So if those overlap, the highest number it can be is A. Best viewers, get out of here. They don't overlap, so I think that's fine. This gets a little bit too close to the edge. Let's just move the whole thing in. Like that. And then I guess the question is, like, when we rotate it, they do sit a little bit too far up, so I might move them down a bit as well. They're just above that. And then that way, when we rotate it, it looks pretty good. Okay. Nice. Okay. Well, we can work on the positioning. It's not that important. Stats. Yeah, I guess that's what we're calling it. Okay. So that is essentially what the portrait looks like. Wait, control. So yeah, cool. Hit save on that. We'll bring that into the game world and make sure that it looks right. Bring a card in. Okay, great. That looks pretty normal to me. Fits on the game board, okay? Might have to make it all unshaded as well. Okay, cool. We've got our board. We've got our card. Now we need to interact with them, right? That's the next logical step. So I need to create a node. And I think this is called the board. This is going to get changed to the board mesh. It's way less important because the board needs to be the board. That's the right word for board, right? Okay. And then we've got the card. I'm probably going to need to create another node to structure this for like the player deck, right? Deck. And this needs to have a position probably off to the left, right? If I think about how this is going to look, we're going to have like the set of cards. Like if you look back over to this, you've got like your hand is over here, the other player's hand is over here, and basically you can just select them and then drag them onto the board when it's your turn. But we'll worry about turns later. So this probably needs to have. Let's give it a marker 3D. Let's just make it a marker 3D. No. Do I want that? I don't know what I want. Marker 3D. Put it somewhere down here. The position should be like something I can mathematically come up with. If this is 600 wide and it's 720. No, that's not right. It's 1280. What is the middle? 1280 minus 600 divided by 2 is 340. Yes, but so then I just go 1280 minus 340 is 940 would be the position, but this is like 10 is the furthest of. Why did I do this to myself? What is going on? Let's just do it visually. I cannot be. 6.5 looks right. It can't be done. I want to duplicate this. Player deck 2. That is a great name. Oh, how did they look when they overlapped? Negative 6.5. Sometimes you just can't math. Okay, and I noticed an issue when there's multiple cards. Where you're gonna have to play around with like the Y to like stack them, which is actually hilarious. I am Unreal, but I found that I enjoy Godot more. Welcome to the team, buddy. Mario Man, yes, we are making a card game. I have been playing a little bit of Final Fantasy VIII, and there's a mini game called Triple Triad. Go speed! That we're trying to recreate this. All right, so we're just laying out the game board now. Now I need a way to interact with all of these, and to be fair, we're probably going to need to use. Maybe can we do it with Area 3D? Or are we gonna have to raycast? Oh my god. What was I thinking? 3D. does Area 3D have like an input? Welcome to the dark side. Yeah, welcome to Godot. Godot is not the dark side, it's the light side. Input event camera node. When the object receives an unhandled input event position in the location of its world space of the mouse pointer. Let's give it a go. Bet a nickel for every card game idea I've had this year I could buy a deck of cards. Collision shape. We're gonna have issues. Box shape. What? 2.75. Oh, that's not right. It's 2.75, 3.33, and then we just make it really thin. Okay. Probably thinner than that, right? Because we like I just said, we're gonna have issues when it comes to like stacking these up. Okay, and then we'll just call this mouse detection. Because that's literally all it's going to do. And we'll create, we'll just call this card. I don't need a, yeah, we'll just do it here. We don't need to, give it a class name. We'll call it a card. Hit save on that. And then we just need to connect this GUI input event, connect. Oh my god, it's so big. Camera event. Okay, so in theory, what we can do, first of all, project settings, input map, click. Let's be more specific. Left click. And then make that the mouse pad left mouse button. And then in this, bring that back. Where'd you go? In Linux, when you click that, it just comes back. I had my idea for scissors, paper, rock card game, but my idea of strategic deck building version didn't work out. Did about 2 plays, never touched it after. Yeah, well, I think the thing is that Triple Triad's really popular, but like, they've never made a competitive version of it, which is really interesting. It's a very simple game, so maybe that's why. I don't know. Input event, if event dot is action pressed, if event is equal to, no, but is action pressed. I forget how to do this all of a sudden. Left click, print clicked. I just need to know if that's clicked. And then we can just run. Yeah. Cool. Okay. That works, which is great. We don't have to do any fancy ray casting and stuff. We can just get that for free from the Area 3D. We'll see how well that works out later on. Maybe we're shooting ourselves in the foot. I don't know. But what we can do is now we know it's been clicked. We just need to tell the game state to follow the mouse, like you pick it up. So if action pressed, left click, pick it up. 2 minutes is short for a card game, but very long for scissors, paper, rock. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Enum. Is it an enum? What are we gonna do here? We're gonna need to know. I guess what we need to think about is who's in control of what. So we've got all these cards out here. When you click with the mouse, who decides it's going to be following the mouse? Like, we can't be able to pick up. Let's just work on like moving it with the mouse when we press that button. But the question is, does the game decide that? Or does the card just need to know that it's been picked up? And we can let the game decide whether or not it's a valid placement later. I think that's what I'm going to do. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. We'll let the card know that it's been touched and it can decide what it wants to do. So I'm going to create an enum here and it'll just be called state, right? It should, yeah, state. That's the right way to do it. And we'll have like a couple of enumerators. Like we can have like in play, we can have inactive, and we can have like grabbed, I guess. I want to say the player moves the card. Yes, but what is the player? I suppose you could have like an above state, like an interactive, like a node that just sits in there that is the player and it has access to cards and stuff like that. I don't know. We'll see. This might be a mistake because you're making a good point there. But we can have that, and then we can have a var, we can have a current state. The camera, yeah, good point. The camera is often the player, isn't it, in a lot of things. State dot inactive, I guess. And then what we can say, if it's been left clicked, we want to be able to make sure that it is inactive. So if if current state is equal to state.inactive, then we can set the state to be active, to be grabbed or whatever. Set state, state dot active. No, grabbed is the word I'm looking for. Grabbed. I need to create that function, set state, and it's going to take a state, which is a state, and it's going to return void. And it's just, all I'm going to do is go current state equals state for now, I guess. Like, we'll expand that later for things that we need to do, like emit signals and whatnot. Set state grabbed, and then if event dot is action released left click, we're gonna go if current state is equal to state dot grabbed, then we want to set state inactive. State dot inactive. Okay. And finally, you have a little process function here. And we'll say, we'll match the state, right? We'll go match current state. And then we can go state dot inactive. We'll just put pass there for now. State dot in play, probably nothing. Pass. And then finally, state dot grabbed. And here we can just say, see, this is the problem because we can just say global position equals the, it's a vector 3. It's not happy. What have I done wrong? It cannot find in play in start state. What the heck? Oh, I didn't capitalize the L. If you drag the mouse around now, you release where the card is behind because of some smoothing. It won't react. I will work on that. I'm just trying to get something up. It's going to be a vector 3, right? But we need to get mouse position, get global, get mouse not declared in current scope. Come on. Every card needs to know the mouse position. Well, they're going to need to know something. Something's going to move them anyway, so this function would exist when whatever's deciding to move it. I see what you're saying though, because you would just be calling this function on something else. So if you had like a game state or like a player state in the game, so if we just say the player deck is the player, right? It doesn't need to be the camera. This is the player. We can just take this and we can just call it player deck. And we'll just change this one for clarity, since we're not going to have multiplayer. Input.mouse position. I don't know why it didn't work. Yeah, hang on a second. I forget the name of the function. So if we put it here, we can grab it, and then just that particular card is the only thing that's going to be doing this. Not that that really makes much of a difference. Player deck. We'll just call it player. And so the player can move the card. Selected card. Is a card, and it's going to be equal to null. And then we also need to know the cards, right? Like we need to know the valid cards. So it's going to be like cards as an array of cards. And I guess we can make this an onReady and make it equal to the children, right? Sometimes I find a song that gives me the vibe if I want to play this slightly above acceptable volumes. Gives me the vibes. Oh, I want this. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you want it to be a little bit louder. So we can have a card. So we can make this an onReady variable. I don't use very many onReady variables, do I? And this can be equal to getChildren. Just remember not to put anything other than cards in there. Mouse is being weird. Can it assign a variable type node to variable type cards with the specified array? Or what? Excuse me. Class name card. They're both cards. What the heck? What have I done? Can it assign a value of type array node to because this just returns like array node. Okay, fine. That's kind of annoying though. Why is it like that? Just make an array, getChildren. That actually sucks. I suppose if I don't want it to be that way. I need it to be typed. My OCD is getting to me. For I in getChildren, I know I can get around this, right? We can just say I think it would have made the cards signal up if they are pressed, and maybe, I don't know if it's a tough one, it's not that big a deal. And yes, they will signal up, I guess. Could they signal up? Yes, they could signal up. Yes, they could signal up. We can do that. We can connect a signal when we do this loop. Okay, so for I in getChildren, so this is for I in card getChildren, cards dot append. Get wrecked. I. Thank you very much. And while we're here, we need to go cards.connect, but we need a signal. So let's create that. So we can create a signal. We can just call it card clicked. I don't want to call it clicked. Do I want to just call it clicked? I don't know. Clicked. And on card clicked. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat and do that. And then go back to this. And now we're going to have on card clicked, but I'm going to disconnect that signal. But now I just get the fancy typing and everything. I don't know how the game Triple Triad works. I mean, you just put the cards on the board. It's a really simple game. Imagine it's like tic-tac-toe, but like there's math involved, essentially. Cards dot clicked. Dot connect. On card clicked. Okay, and this actually needs to like give a variable. Cannot find member clicked in base array card. Okay, card. This needs to be I dot clicked. Okay. Card clicked needs to send a card. Right? And so now what we can do instead, this is better structure, by the way. You are right. Set state grabbed. Do we need to keep track of its state if we're just going to signal up? I don't know. We'll just leave that out for now. We'll just like, let's just comment this out. We'll just worry about it. Okay. Okay. So left click, we want to signal clicked, and we're going to emit self, right? Commit and then self. How will we know if it is an unclick or maybe we don't want to call this click, we call it selected. I'm getting caught. This is me always. I get like so caught up in the like minutia of like the structure of it. You know what I mean? It's like annoying. It's like you could just make a game. Unclick, selected, unselected. There we go. And then this will just be selected and on card selected. Right, and that actually gets a card. Right, and then we can set the selected card to be equal to card. Okay, easy peasy. And then we want to also connect the unselected so that when we like release the key, we actually do something with that too. Disconnect. That's all I wanted to press. And then selected card. We'll also have to do some checks here to see if it's like on the game board, if it's a valid input, like a valid action, all that kind of stuff. But for now, we'll just make it null. Okay. And then we also need to connect that. So i.unselected.connect. On card unselected. The interaction part is not really that important. And the logic of this is not really going to be that difficult easy either. It's really just like you need to figure out what the numbers are on the other side of the card, like the card you put down, what numbers are. Here I can show you guys. Where's Brave? So it's literally like we just need to do some math. Like say if you are going to put a card here, they're all really big numbers. But say I placed down this card here, but this one here was already there. So rather than them being on the board already, because 5 is bigger than 3, this card now becomes blue and it's a part of the player's like stack, I guess, their score, that 6 there. That's how it works. It's literally that simple. It's really, there's not a lot to it. 1 to 9 with A being better than 9, but I don't know why they did that. I guess it's cool. Okay. Okay, so let's create it in the func. We go process, delta, and we can say if selected card, then we can say selected card dot global position equals the get, what is it, mouse position? What is the function called? Find out. Is it, are we gonna need to go to the viewport? Is it viewport? Instead of 2-digit 10 maybe? Yeah, I was just gonna go like if 10 display A, but in the logic on the back end, it'll still just be 10. It's easier. Oh, well, why would Node 3D know about mouses? It's definitely going to be something we get from the viewport. Get viewport.get mouse position. Get mouse position. Okay, there we go. Obviously, that's one is a vector 2 and the other is a vector 3. So we just need to go vector 2, vector 3, and then we can just go, oh, okay, so actually what we want to do is probably store that and say var mouse position equals get mouse position. And then for the X and Y, so we go mouse position dot X, Y is 0, and Y is the global position selected card dot global position dot Y. We don't want to change that. And then mouse position dot Z. That sound right? Okay. Let's see if it worked. No. Invalid access to Z on vector. Oh, it should be Y. Right? That was a bit of a dum-dum by me. This here, we map the Y position to the Z in 3D space. Or not. It's gone. Where did it go? Nobody knows. Where are they? What is their physical position right now? So that is up and down, and this is left to right. The problem is that it's not a 1-for-1. That's the issue right now. I already know why. So if you look at the mouse position, it's going to be like, you know, really, it's a big number compared to the board size, because the board size is only 10, right? So if we've moved it like so physically far away that it's not even funny. So if we look at the size of the game world and PC deck, let's just move this around. So this, -10. By the way, that game I'm working on this month already has 3 songs. An original song, 00 at the bottom left of the screen. Yes. And then this is +10. So there's 20 meters in between the two. We don't really want it to be more than that. And so we just need to get it somewhere between those two, and then not Y, but Z. So if you look at how far it is up, is it 10 as well? What the heck? -3.4, 6. Where's Z? 0, 0. So we need to translate that. It's off the screen, 6.5. 6.5, what's that, 12? Super annoying. Being 00 bottom makes perfect sense, but my Scratch programming mind. But yeah, it is in Godot, I believe. We can test that in a second. -6.5. Just make this something sensible. Yes, so if you run it and you move the mouse all the way down to here, this is 0. Okay, so 0 is up here. Oh look, it's the card. I can't get it. 00 would be around here somewhere, basically. So, what does that mean for us? It means we need to translate it into the scale of the camera. I wonder if there's a function for that. Size? The camera's size in meters measured as the diameter or width depending on the only applicable orthogonal. Okay. That's fine. I don't know. I've never actually had to think about that. I could just raycast. I could put like a I could put an area, an object behind all of this and just raycast. go to that position. That'd be easier. Easier than what I'm trying to attempt now, that's for sure. Let's go and look at some docs. Get mouse position. Returns the mouse position in the viewport. Show a shadow atlas. Camera 3D, returns to camera 3D. Maybe it's something in the camera. Camera, gets camera. Hey, camera. 3D. Size, projection. Yeah, I'm just gonna raycast. Project local ray normal, like straight up. Project position. It's just gonna be easier. Like, unironically, we just do a raycast from the camera, and we'll add like an area 3D. And put a big put a collision shape on it. That's the size of that. Why can't I see this in camera? What's that? What the heck? What the heck? Why's my mouse doing that? Oh. How to do things in 3D, you always end up needing to raycast to something. We want to stick this well below everything, so that it doesn't get in the way. And then when we raycast, we'll put this on a random layer. Like we'll put this on layer 8 and then make the raycast just like mouse finder. What do you call this? I'm not even going to give this a name right now because this is beyond ridiculous. Like, I actually think this might be way easier, like, raycast to find on board. Raycast to find mouse position. Hello, person with a like Cyrillic written name that I can't understand. Find mouse position, right? And then we're just gonna be like void. Okay, so how do we raycast? We need to get the camera. Thank you. That is the little logo that we got going on. Is going to be equal to get camera. No, get viewport dot get camera 3D. And then we are going to get the viewport as well, which is a viewport, and it's going to be get viewport, I guess, so that we can actually. Or this get viewport dot get size. Vector 2i viewport size. Dude, this is really testing me. I've made so many videos on raycast. I should know how to do it off the top of my head, but I copy and paste my raycast code all the time. That I don't know. So this is the start point, right? You start with the origin. So the We'll just call it the origin. No, it can't be called that. Ray origin? Which is a vector 2, I believe. Be a vector. No, I think it is a vector 2. Equals project. I guess it's like camera dot. Project local ray normal. Project ray origin. There it is. Good lord. Screen point. Viewport size divided by 2. Right? And then we want the ray end, which is a vector 2, and it's going to be camera dot project ray normal. That returns a vector 3 actually. Do you think I could just get away with that? I don't actually need to interact with anything. I just need to project the ray normal to get its position in the world. Anyway, okay, invalid operands, viewport and int4 operator. Really? Oh, because it's a vector 2i. Viewport size. I turned on caps lock. Okay. The constructor vector 2 matches the signature of vector 2 viewport. What the heck? Oh, this is because this... I got ahead of myself and I realized I didn't need the viewport. There we go. Should be happy now. Okay. Cannot assign value of type vector 3 to a variable ray origin. I got my types all mixed up. There we go. Project ray origin is the mouse position. Is it really? Yeah. So we don't even really need anything else other than that. Let's just do like, let's just copy that for a second. Since I don't have your handy debugger, identify a viewport is not in size. Okay, so get viewport.getSize. Come on. What is it now? Camera not declared. Come on. What a long... Oh. It's the same position every time. Oh, it's the center of the camera. The ray origin should be the mouse position. Oh, yeah, right. I get what you're trying to say. So, as the parameter, yes, good point. But also, wouldn't that give me what I was looking for? Like, get viewport.getCamera3D, project ray origin, and not the viewport because I'm doing first person shooter code, which is hilarious. This needs to be get viewport.get mouse position, right? Why is there an else? I need extra brackets. Okay. I think this is exactly what I was looking for, by the way. Like, I don't need anything else. This is actually what I want. Like, I'm not... It's a long string of, like, text. But this is literally it. And it's a vector 3, which is also really nice. So I don't need that anymore. The mouse position can be that. And the global part can stay the same. We don't need to translate this. This can just be Z. We got there in the end, guys. We got there. Oh my goodness. Look at that. So easy. It's so easy. Not really, but I guess we need to raise it up a bit because obviously perspective matters. So I wonder, do we just like raise, like in terms of structuring this, is it easier if we just like move the board down? We can delete this. We don't need this anymore. we might need something to interact with later on. So do we, like, if we just move this down by 1, like we just go, hey, this is -1. So it sits below everything. And so when I go to put things on, they're just like there. That's just following the mouse now. That looks good. Hey, we got there. We don't need that. If selected. Selected card equals null. We're not emitting unselected. We don't need this anymore either. Card. So unselected emits self. Player. On card unselected. Selected card equals null. If selected card, then selected card's mouse position gets set. But when I release, that doesn't actually happen. If action released UI accept, that would explain it. Good Lord. There you go. Now we can grab these and move them around like no problems at all. And obviously we've still got like perspective and ordering issues, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, easy peasy. Won't worry too much about like making it look pretty. How good's that? Okay, so we are just about there. Now, what do we need? We need to... So these are... I call this cards, but this is more specifically like your actual deck. This is the deck. And once something is in play, it's no longer in your deck. So that's going to be a really easy way of like controlling whether or not you can select something. So once we put them in play, we can unconnect those signals and it'll just go away. That problem will disappear. So that's really cool. So great advice in our games. You got to be good. Like that's a good structure because it means that we don't have to do as much code to figure things out because it's just going to be something that we can do. Now we need to now be able to see when we unselect a card, if it can be placed on the board, obviously. So that's the next step. So we can grab the card. Number one, if it's not a valid play, put it back in the deck and like move it back to its original position. And if it is a valid play, put it on the game board. Those are the two things we need to check. So the first thing that we need to do is, and I'm just going to repeat the last thing, and it might seem like a bit hacky, but it works, right? So we can create an area 3D and a collision shape, and we can literally just place them in these quadrants, and we can just check when the mouse is released, if it's over a valid spot on the board, if there's anything in that slot, vice, all that kind of stuff. So we'll need a script on the board, and we'll need to actually make this a scene. So we'll call this a card, a board slot. Board slot? Or a card slot. I like card slot better. Excuse me. All right, we're rolling now. Let's save this branch as scene. Objects, save. Okay. Now we need to attach a script to this, give this a shape. This will be just a square shape, and it will really be kind of, it's going to be smaller than this mouse detection shape, 2.75, 3.33. We probably want to make it like 2.3, 3.33, 3. It was 2.5, we took 2 off. Let's just make it 3, whatever. And then this needs to be pretty thin as well. Collision shape like that. We need a script. Who's in charge of this? Probably the thing above it. We just need to make it so that you can click it. It probably needs to still have information, like a card that's in the slot. So we might add a script to it so that we can see if it's like, let's just put a script on it, create, and we can just class name card slot, and we'll give it a variable called, it's going to have a card, right? Card. And we can just like add a card. It won't actually be like a child or anything, but we'll add a reference to it to like basically test if it's got a card on it, yeah, or not. That's all we have to do, right? I think that'll work. Might be a bit buggy, but we'll roll with that for now. Okay. So we need what, like 9 of these? And the board, probably all of these need to sit just like slightly above so we can see them. I can't see them, can you? Let's just make this a little bit. Okay, well I guess they're not that visible. Editable children. Hang on a second. I'm getting kind of sus on this. Has it got a box shape? Oh, it's there. Why isn't it all visible all of a sudden? Okay. Delete all these. This is being weird. Probably because I saved it as a scene. Card slot. Add. This song's so loud. Okay, we'll raise this up. Why is it like that? Editable children, and then it shows up. That's not right? Shouldn't do that. Reload current project. I'm getting kind of sus on that, so I'm gonna reload it. Okay, I don't know. I want to be able to see them because I need to make sure that they're positioned correctly. Let me just figure out where they're approximately going to go. Transform, negative 2.75. I mean, that makes sense. The Y, it really just needs to be like 1. Actually, like 0.5. Negative 3.33, right? This is going to be like additions of that. Turn this off so I can see what's going on. And then the transform of this one is going to be 0. And then that's going to stay the same. And we'll duplicate that. And then it's going to be 2.75. Okay, great. And then we'll duplicate all 3 of those. And obviously the Z gets to go to 0 this time. Easy. And then we can duplicate them again a 3rd time. Just do it visually. 3.33. I'm glad I multiplied it by 10. It was kind of crazy to do it at such a small scale before. Okay, so we've got like our little places here, our slots, so we can detect if there's been a mouse input there. As far as everything is sitting, looks pretty good. So we're gonna just need to connect up that same exact script, like that signal, same exact signal, GUI input. GUI input. Actually, let me think about this for a second. So what happens when we unselect something? We also need to know if there's something above it. So essentially, when the player unselected here, we need to know if it is above or inside of a thing. I guess we could use, what we could use the areas themselves to see if they're overlapping, but I feel like that would be prone to bugs, if that makes sense. We might need an additional area on the actual cards themselves to detect that. It's probably the easiest thing to do, because then we can just use the function get overlapping areas, right? So we can just say like card dot get overlapping areas, and because we have a reference to that card, we can test to see that if there's anything overlapping. The problem is right now, let's just turn debug and visible collision shapes. So the issue that we're going to have is if we just dropped it here, it would be overlapping both, and it doesn't know which one to go to. So we need to like, ooh, that's interesting too. Array that fires on unselect, yeah, that would work too. Just have array cast. We're gonna have like another. We'll just have to mask it properly. If we can mask it, then we should be good. So that's a valid option, especially since looking at this, if we unselect and it's overlapping these areas, the UI input does not get through. Now, what we need to do is actually put the player and I think that will work. We just restructure this. Interesting. So the answer is no, that doesn't, unless I'm like in between them. So is it a height thing as well? What's above what? It is a height thing. Yeah, it is. It's height related. Just like my life. I don't like that the board has no depth. It kind of annoys me. We change this to like a square. I regret that. I regret. What was it? Stop. God damn it. Six hundred divided by, oh my god. 720. I hate my number pad. 88.33. Control Z, copy size, paste size. Yeah, I could have done that. It would have been a lot faster. Jesus. I just want to be able to see it in this angle so I can actually get things right. And then also the materials are messed up. Okay, I cooked it. Oh my god. Oh. It's over. Rip. Go back. Go back. We're back. It is what it is. I'm just not going to be able to see it. I can select it and then I can see it. And then I can see that, honestly, these card slots could be set way lower. And now I won't have that interaction issue. because these are always above it. And firing array does sound like the easiest option, to be honest. So now we actually get to fire a raycast. Fire the laser. And I deleted all that code. Oh well. Let's just call it like check for card slot. And then we can just return the object, but I'll figure out what that actually looks like later on. And so now we need to do the same thing before. We got to get the camera. Camera 3D is equal to get viewport dot get camera. Because I want my code to look neat. And then the viewport size is a vector 2i, which is equal to get viewport get. Once again, we actually want mouse position. Mouse pause. Okay, so var ray origin. Which is a vector 3, is equal to camera dot get ray origin. Excuse me. Project ray origin is a vector 2 from the mouse position. Right? Okay, great. And then the ray end is also a vector 3, is equal to camera dot ray project ray normal screen point. Wait, is that right? Dude, I'm just like forgetting how to do a raycast. I've copied and pasted too many times that it's actually left my memory. Rip to my memory. Ray end is project ray normal. Okay, yeah. That is right. That is the right one. It's just the mouse position. Multiplied by some amount of range. Doesn't really need to be much. 10 is fine, I think. Okay. And that needs to be on the outside. It could have just been the same for both of them. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that now we need to do a new intersection. Var new intersection, which is a physics ray query. Physics ray query. Oh, thank you. Plus the origin. Really? Ray origin plus. Yeah, you're right. Physics ray. He knows it. He knows it better than I do. Physics ray query parameter 3D. Ray origin. Okay, is equal to physics ray. I can't even say this. Physics ray query parameter 3D dot create from to, so ray origin to ray end. We want a mask, so we just go 0 B 1 1 0 1 1 1 1. We'll make it on layer 5, I guess that is. And hit from inside. What does it exclude? Oh, we don't want to exclude anything. Except for maybe the card selected. I wouldn't say that. Keep in mind. no, I honestly, I'm like, oh man, how do I do a raycast? Jeez. I do raycasts all the time. I just copy and paste from my old project. Oh. Okay, new intersection. Okay, and then new intersection, var intersection. What does it get? It gets returned to dictionary, right? Equal get world 3D dot direct space state dot intersect ray, and then it wants the new intersection. What does this return? It does return a dictionary. Okay, well, at least I remember that. Okay. And now we want to return if intersection, if not intersection isn't section dot is empty, then we can return the intersection dot collider. That's all we're interested in. Intersection dot collider. Else return null. Right? A void function cannot return a value. That's okay. We're going to change that. I guess it's just going to be like no. It technically is going to return a card slot, right? Can you return null on a card slot? Yeah, I guess you can. Cool. A parameter delta is never used in the function. Oh my god. Give it a rest. I will use it later, I promise. Okay, on card unselected, we check for a card slot. If there is a card slot, then we place the card in that card slot and remove it from the deck, disconnect the signal so we can't interact with it anymore. We also move it into the position of the card, but I think we'll do that in the slot. That'll be easier. So we can say selected card equals null. Selected card equals null. So, okay, what we need to do is go var slot. Let's just call it card slot because it's a little bit easier to understand. Equals check for card slot. If card slot, then card slot dot card equals selected card, and we'll let the card figure out what to do with it. I'll probably need to do it like a function here or like a signal call or something like that. I don't know. And then we'll go, so card, selected card, and then at the end of this, actually no, not there. Selected card dot selected dot disconnect. Oh, I have to put the callable in? You can't just figure that out for me? Card selected. Selected card dot unselected. What's the name of the signal? Unselected. I turned the music down so far now because of that one song, and now I can't hear shit. I need the vibes, man. I need the funky music back. A little bit of jazz in the background. You know what I'm saying? All right. Selected unselected dot disconnect, and then the callable is on card selected. Just disconnect from the signal you're currently running in. I'm sure that's fine. Okay, and then we can set the card selected to null, and basically we want to, like, I'll just make a note here, like move the card to the slot position. We'll let the slot handle that. And then we will, and if it's null, we actually want to move it back to its original position, if that makes sense. So like, we need to have like a way of organizing these. Oh, we also need to remove it from the deck. So like deck dot remove at position. I forget the erase value card, selected card. Man, that function always escapes me. Oh, now it's too loud. Yeah, fucking levels, man. I'm gonna go back to my own music. At least it was consistent. Erase. Dude, remove, erase, pop. Like, which is it? Come on. It's so annoying. Okay, so selected card equals null. That's fine. We got to move it back, but I haven't actually worked out how the how the position parameters work. So we're just going to leave it at that for now. Okay, we've done a fair bit here. Yeah, it's like I forget it every time. I have to go look it up. Although this time I was luckily remembered. Yeah, very often I find myself checking the array document to find out what the function's called. Okay, so like we've done a lot here. What we want to do is probably on the card slot. We need like some kind of event to happen on the card slot. It's going to be easiest if we have access to it to just call a function on it. So like add card to slot. Maybe we'll have a function like this and it will take a card. And it'll be a card. And we can say card equals card. So we call this instead of just setting it the other thing. And then we can make the card's position card.global position dot equals, and then it's going to be global position. So it's a vector 3. We don't want the Y because of the sorting. I'm going to have to think about how to handle that. It's super annoying, actually. Vector 3, and then it's global position dot X. Y is card.global position. Dot Y. And then the Z is global position dot Z. Right, and that'll just snap it in place. We'll do easing later. Player, move the card to the slot. So when we say card slot to, card slot dot add card to slot, and then we go with card. Although it's funny because it's selected card. Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Okay. We didn't really need to store it. You know what I mean? Anyway. I don't think that raycast is working. Oh, you know what? I didn't set up the layers. I did all that. And actually this doesn't have a layer set up yet. So what did I say in the script? We are looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it needs to be on layer 5. Doesn't really need to mask anything else. Oh no, it doesn't need to. Okay, it doesn't work. What layer was it? Was it layer 4? Keep doing it until I find the right layer. The card, what is that? Collision. It's on layer 1. That's fine. Frustrating. Okay, let's just do a little quick test. And we'll just call check for card slot all the time. Check for card slot. And within that, we will just print the intersection collider. That's unreachable code. We'll fix that in a second. It's not colliding. It's, okay, that's interesting. Did I do something wrong? Just nothing. Okay. All right. Okay. So the layer is probably the issue. I'm still thinking. Am I going about that wrong? It starts from this end, right? So it should be on layer 5. Ray is too short. Oh, good point. Yeah, good point. Let's just extend that like way. Multiply by 1,000. That'll do it. I think we'll do 100. Nope. Actually, though, like, how far away is the camera? The camera is 5 meters above the play area, so it's 10 is pretty far. 100 should definitely be hitting those areas. You know what I'm saying? Like, we shouldn't have any issues there. This is going to be like a... hang on a second. This has got to be a layering issue. So let's just remove the layer and just scan for everything. Oh, okay, we're not hitting nothing. So it's not layer related. Did I potentially get this wrong? Let's review. Ray and camera origin times range. Is this like a bombed ass thing? No, this is not the right bombed ass. I don't think so. Too much stuff open. Intersect ray should be ray origin, what did I put into it? Ray origin? Did I put these around the wrong way? Intersect ray should be ray origin, ray end. Intersect ray, no, that's okay. New intersection. It takes a you could just put this in, like it wouldn't really make a difference, but I just do it on a separate line. That's okay. Yeah, I don't project ray origin. Sometimes I've gotten these wrong, but this looks okay. The mouse position, we know that. Maybe the end. Like maybe the end is bad. Man, I'm gonna start needing to get out the debug. I think that's okay, right? Physics ray query parameter 2D. Yeah, it's just the class that needs to like be fed into the new intersection. Like if you remove this, you would intersect ray expects 1, so you could just go like physics ray query, physics ray. You guys just like hearing me say that. Physics ray query parameter 3D dot create, and then you just pass that in. That's the other way to do it. Intersection get world direct space intersect ray. Why is it empty though? Oh, does it not hit areas by default? I think that might be it. And I'm using areas. It needs to be set up to do that. So create dot collide with areas true. Visible. Oh wait, hang on. Let's just do that on another line so it's easier. New intersection dot collide with areas equal true. That's definitely what it was. I forgot about that. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. Okay, so let's just get rid of all the printing and stuff. Let's add back the mask. So 0B, what did I make it? 11011111. There we go. We are back in action. Cool. Card slot 3, 6, 5, 8, 9. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, cool. Sweet. Okay, let's get back to it. Where is the code? Now, we don't need to call this every single time. We just need to call this one time. Okay, let's see if these will actually go into place. Add crashes. Trying to return value of area 3D from a function whose return type is card slot. I'm guessing the raycast hits the cards. Yes, it does. Area 3D. Card. Okay, wait, what? Hold up. Do I have to set up a mask for that too? Am I just like not... I'm missing a bit of knowledge here. This must be colliding with those. There's no other explanation? Check for card slot? Yes. I mean, yes, but it's kind of annoying that it returns card slot, but it's area 3D, but yeah. Okay. If true, the query will take into account collide with bodies, collision mask, set collision mask. The physics would detect by default all collision layers are detected, see collision layer and masks. Okay, so I'm guessing that I'm probably passing in the wrong thing, and I just need to call this on a separate line. So new intersection, because like I've never done it that way before. I normally do it on a separate line, collision mask. And then I'll set it equal to this. Yeah. You would think that it would take a mask. It should be the same. So I don't know. I don't know why it would be like that. Or am I getting it wrong? I'm pretty sure it goes from here inwards. And the 0 is the thing that it hits, but this is definitely detecting that. And it shouldn't be. I mean, it would, at this point, it's like easier to just add a physical raycast to the world. Jesus. What the heck? Am I crazy? Okay, does this need to be 1 and the rest 0? I think that's what I need to do. Like that. And maybe I had it around the wrong way. Yeah, okay, I had it around the wrong way. Can you get the mask in a more readable way? Unfortunately not. I guess you could print them all out the runtime, but I got it worked out. I just had it back to front. It's not the 0 that is the one that's active, it's the 1. Makes sense when you think about it, doesn't it? Okay. Okay, now we're finally back on track. Close that. Close that. Don't print nothing. No more. I don't care. It's working. There we go. Yeah, sweet. And now I can no longer select them. And that one I can't interact with because it's not mine. Positioning's a bit strange, but we'll worry about that later. It's good enough. Let's run it again, see what they look like in other slots. They look good in other slots, so I guess it's just like there's a little bit on the edges. I probably messed up the sizing. Cool. Okay, we're placing them in the game world. The slots have data, I'm guessing. If I go to remote, the board, card slot 1. We know what the card is in card slot 1. Awesome. Now, I mean, okay. So I actually don't think, so the reason I was like, oh, I need to know what's in the slot is so that to prevent that, because you don't want to be able to put cards in the card slots. So you need to like, that lock-in does something to my body I can't explain. Is it bad or good? It's there. It's like, yes. All right. So now that we have that, we move into this section. We haven't even checked that if it's a valid slot. So we need to if card slot, and then we also need to go if card slot dot like is valid or something like that. We could also just check to see if it has something in the slot, but I think a function is probably better. Is valid, is that like a built-in function already? Why didn't it error out? It should have. Boom. I don't have hard typing turned on and it's kind of annoying me. I am trying to hard type where possible. We can just say, can we just go return, can you use like like valid a bool equals card dot just card like bool from float from bool. I would have to do like a manual check. So should I just like have this return a void? So we can just say like, we can have this return a bool, and then we can say, if not card, then do this, return true, else return false. Raise up. Just disable the area when adding to the card, easy. That's true too. Do we need to do anything else? Then I wouldn't even need to add it to the slot. We just we just put its position there. I guess we do need to know anyway. This doesn't return anything. Void. And then, but I mean, that will work and we should do that. We still need to know if card slot. Because if card slot and card slot dot card, is that allowed? And not, because basically if there's a card in there, then we don't want to do anything. So we card slot dot card. I'm just gonna do that. Whoa, okay, hang on a second. What's the heck? Keyboard. I think I need new batteries. Well, actually, I just need to charge it. Why did it do that? And then if not card slot dot card, and then else go back. Go back from whence you came. I think. Oh, I'll have to figure that out. Let's just make sure that we can't put two cards on the same slot. We cannot. We can put it there. Great. Yeah, look at the keyboard just went crazy. Move card to the slot position. We've done that. Deck erase. We erased it from the deck so that we know that we don't have that many cards left. All right. So that's that. Okay, so what's next? Oh, do we need to work on positioning all of these things? Like if you unselect it, it should go back to like a position. And how do we figure out what that position is? So we need to organize the cards in the deck. Is that something we can do from the player perspective? If that makes sense. So basically, we can have like a 5 cards. There's 5 cards in each hand. The positioning is going to be super annoying. It's going to look like this. And basically, the funniest thing about this is like, they're all going to need to be above like that. But basically, that's what it should look like. And we should just be able to place these in play like so. Nice, and then the game ends. So how do we get these positions? Because like these, so we've got a couple of options. We can just like let them fly. We've got the player deck starting point, and then we can stack them based on an offset. I think that's probably the easiest way. We just like, we work out what this offset is, and then we just do like a tween to like tween them. And then we can let the player handle that. The player deck node here, just handle that interaction and be like, okay, you release that, it's going to go back to its original position, or it can go into another position in the deck. I don't really know. It doesn't matter that much. So what is this offset? So if this is, it's like 0.15, and let's just try to like work out what this is mathematically. It doesn't quite work right now, so this probably needs to be like lower, right? Negative 0.15. And then the X position is 0.25 is fine. We're just gonna, oh, and then this needs to be like, we'll work out what that is, and then we'll just add every time from the previous one in the stack. Probably negative 0.15. So that is like literally the offset. I'm just going to hard code that. Get the position and set it up. Yeah, but they won't all be there at the start, because I mean, that's kind of like way down the track. Like, assuming that you get to choose your cards, they should be like set at runtime. But like, that's probably, you know, not something that we're going to do. I'm already out of time realistically, but I just want to card offset. And then we can make it a vector 3 and I'm going to have to just like copy and paste, aren't I? Well, I don't have to copy and paste. I can just do this. Negative 0.025, negative 0.15, negative. If I had done 2D, I would never have to think about this. There's probably a more efficient way to do it in 3D as well. I just don't know it. And then in the ready function, we'll just set the offset, and we'll give the cards a variable called position, starting position, and we'll just set that. position. And it's a vector 3. And it'll just be equal to vector 3.0. Let's get rid of all this stuff. We don't need to keep track of this anymore. Pew, pew, pew. And then, do we give that, we could give it like, we could put it inside the card function, or do we're storing it here. We might as well just like make it go to, no, because it needs to be the position within the card slot. Card slot. So basically, the I dot position, starting position, equals position plus the previous card in the array. Do we need a count? Are we going to be able to tell that get children? If we store the deck realistically is get children. And then for I in deck, right? And then we don't need to append anything because that's just the array there. So I dot selected connect, starting position equals position plus I deck dot. How do you find? I normally go like this, I dot find, because that returns an int. No, find deck dot find I. Right? And that would return like the value, like, right? Find what variant from, returns the index of the first occurring has. Just, if you want to just know whether the array has that, contains what, use has. In GDescript, use in operator. For performance reasons, the search is affected by what's in the variant type. Not considered equal for this method. Is there a faster way to just like find? Because it's going to be plus, minus, unless it's 0. That'll throw an error for the first one. This is a bad idea. I dot starting position equals I dot position. There we go. Easy. And then we can go selected card dot starting position equals starting position. Selected card dot starting position. I'll do what you said. That works. Okay, that was not the best code there, because here we only want to do this on if there's no card slot. Else, right? And if not card slot as well, to be honest. Can I do a double else? If card slot, if not card slot. I'm just gonna have to do it here too. Send it back. Whatever. Oh, you want a game of Among Us? Nice. Okay, so positioning wise, there's an issue with these because some of them are above and below. So that's kind of an issue. My strat is to lay low, so basically do nothing, act like a crewmate. Usually don't get any kills and the teammates do. Alright, so people just kill each other and then they just like... Your decorate variable is not being used now, by the way. Oh, I don't know if I need it, to be honest. Does it matter? Do I need to keep track of that? I put it there, but then now I'm thinking, am I even going to use that? I'm adding it to the array and then I'm removing it from the array. Will I need it? I don't know. You know, it's a bit of a mystery. I don't know. We'll see. My goal was to sort of have it. Okay, so the other thing that I want to do, because like this whole like offset thing is super frustrating. In front of 4 people, no one remembered who did the kill. I've never played Among Us ever. It was just like at a time I wasn't really playing much video games. Card slot. Global position .y. I am actually going to set it to the global position. You know what? It's just going to be the area 3D. It's just going to be card global position equals global position. And I'm pretty sure those areas sits and just make the board sit below, like just a fraction. 3D is kind of annoying, you know? Awesome. Behavior's good. We can drop all the cards in. Now we just need to work out if it's a winner or not, and we need to do like AI behavior, right? We also need to like give these values to something that makes sense, because the cards need to like have stats, right? You could hard code a Y value to set the card you selected. To set the card. Hard code a Y value to set the card you selected to. Yeah, that's true too. Ugh. So annoying. Anyway, let's move on because I can't be bothered dealing with that for like a fun little project like this. It's meant to be fun. But numbers. Stats. Holy shit. Is it a dictionary or is it an array? I think I'm gonna make it a dictionary. And then we'll just go like top, bottom, left, right. Like it's going to be a number. This should be an export variable so I can set it for each one. Top. I said clockwise, right? So it should be top, right. Let's just make it like 4 as a default value. If it's an export variable, can I still do this? I don't actually know. Bottom, make it 5. I'm not doing any commas. Do I even know how to code? And then left. Yeah. Make it 9. A big one. It's angry. Expected statement, but found that instead. What? I'm meant to go equals. There we go. Jesus Christ. Like, is that a valid way of doing it? So if I go to the card. Oh yeah, it's there, and then I can change them and add a key, but I don't really want to add a key. Oh, you can type them now, right? How does that look? I don't actually know the code. Where did that go? Is it like, do you do this and then you go string int? No, I guess not. Key value. How do you type a dictionary these days? Key type, int. Key class name, string name. Key script. Base dictionary. Dude, skip. I'm just not gonna do it. Okay. So we got our stats. We can change these for each card. And that is something on the ready. So we need on the ready. We also need to get access to the stats. I think I'm just going to do it the slow way. Like I'm just going to, let me just put this in here. I'm going to have each one individually and set them because like, it's just easier, right? Top, right, bottom, left. And then we can just set the text. We only need to do it one time. It's really not like we could create a function. Should be able to type it with parentheses. Okay. Set stats. And it takes the stats as a dictionary. Returns void. And then here we just go set stats and we pass in stats. Right. So then we want to go top dot. We can pop this out now that we've done that. What's so cranky about? Oh, it's missing a little arrow. Top dot set text. Text equals string. Okay. So then we go str bracket underscore stats dot top. Like so. And we just need a bunch of them. We go right, right, right. Bottom, bottom, bottom. Left, left, left. Okay. Okay. They all have the same numbers, but like it's settable. Also, I'm realizing now that the characters don't fit on the game board. Kind of annoying. Guess we're hard. We've like fixed these hard to the. Oh, one of these is not offset correctly. Whatever. We'll just do it visually. There we go. They all fit now. Cool. Okay, so now we can set those numbers. We need to test for like enemies on the board and flip them over if they're like above it, right? So we need some enemies on the board. Shit, how do I do that? We need to set up turns as well. We need like something to control the game, if that makes sense. So we will look at the NPC deck. Let's just copy all these cards. Delete this marker. Delete this card. Just copy all of these and paste them into the NPC deck. Now, what do we do here? Do we have a different card type? So right now this is a card. Do we have an opposing card, an enemy card? Do we set a different type that is like kind of the same, but like not? And so that way we can just like look for enemy cards, player cards, non-player cards, cards 1, cards 2, I don't know. Red versus blue, because that's what they're meant to be. So if I was to make like another card, it should really just be a resource that you take. Like all these textures, this should all just be stored in a resource if we're being proper about it. And then maybe there could be a flag, like a flag, where we say like what side it's on, red or blue. Groups to differentiate. Yes, but they need to be able to change. You can change groups, right? At runtime. So, do we need a resource? A resource. All the stuff. I mean, we don't really need a resource. I mean, this should all be a resource. Like the stats should be a resource. The textures should be a resource. And it should all just get set at runtime. That's way better, but like we're not worrying about the structure. I'm trying to focus on the actual implementation of it all. So I think probably an enumerator is best here, because that way, because it does need to be changed. We just go, if it's red, then it needs to change to blue. If it's blue, it needs to change to red, because it needs to go back and forth. I've got a bunch of stuff here. What is going on? Parameter camera is never used in the function. Oh, come on, man. Why you gotta give me hate like this? Event position. I hate warnings. You just do warning ignore. Thank you. Oh my god. Enum? Is this the state of the card? Is it a red or a blue state? We'll go with that, that's fine. Red, blue. Pretty sure groups are like an enumerator. Ah, okay. Oh well, I've got this in my head. We'll just roll with this. Because you would need to set the group. Current state. You can do an export in enum, right? Red. Blue. I forget how to do export enums. Character class. Can you type it? Export via character. If you want to use name script, then you use add export via instead. Enum, then you do export character items, and then character name. Okay. Okay. Enum at export var current state. We'll just make it blue by default. State. Blue. And then we can just make it blue. And basically what we'll do is if it gets turned red, then we're going to set the background to a different material. So we should save this material. Just to make it easier. There's also like the idea, I have this idea where, because since there's like a flip, just like flip it and there's like red on the back. You know what I'm saying? Actually just looked at the docs. It's more like a dictionary with a key name group. You get all the nodes in one group and call a function on those such. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, groups are really good. Okay, let's save this. Objects card blue. Okay, so this is a blue card with a blue card material, and then we need to also have a red material. So can we just go save as? Okay, let's see if we can do that. So albedo, texture, and this one, it'll just be like a more red. I guess that works. I feel like it should be darker. Like that. Save as. Card red. We'll just change the material. I want this to be like this but lighter as well. I think it just looks a bit better. It has a bit more color to it. Cool. Okay. So now that we've done that, save that. We've got a blue card and a red card, and basically we can get a reference to that. It'd be at the bottom. I don't know what the order. It doesn't matter, I guess. Card blue preload. We're not going to do any animations. We'll just like change the material. We also need to get a reference to the background. So we'll create a function called change background. I guess it's like change state, right? So if we change state and then we pass in the state, which is a state, and then we don't really return anything from that. And then we can just match current state. We can go current state equals state. It's underscore state. Pop this out so people can actually see what you're doing. And then match state, match current state, and if it's state dot blue, then we need to set the material on the background mesh. So background, set background mesh. Material. And then we'll pass in a material, which will just be the card blue. And then if it's state red, then we need to set the background mesh material to be red. Cannot find member in blue card state. What the heck? What? Oh, did I do it again? I forgot. Can I get these capitals right? Okay, that function doesn't exist. That's okay. I'm about to make it. Okay, and this takes... Whoa, material. Whoa. And it's a material. What kind of material? Base material 3D? Material. I don't know what these are. I just assume material, but it could just be wrong. I don't know. Okay, so background BG. This is the hard. I hate changing materials. It's actually so annoying. Mesh instance 3D, right? BG mesh. So we get. This is a mesh instance 3D. Okay, I already have that. So what can you do with the? You can get the material, right? Background dot get active material, and it wants the surface. Like, is that? Type standard material. Material. The current material of the primitive mesh. What the heck? So it wants, that is what I'm getting, like property surface material override, I think. But I want to get like current material. Get active material, surface 0? I don't know, man. Get active, returns a material that we use in the mesh when drawing. This can be geometry, interest 3D, material override, surface material defined in its mesh instance 3D, or the surface material defined in its mesh. For example, if geometry is used, all surfaces return the override material. Returns null if no material is active, including when mesh is null. I guess it's just going to be the material then, because it's the only material there. I guess. Get active material is the only function. Get surface override material? There is no surface override. Get plane shape. Okay. Guess that'll work. BG material. We should give this a proper name. Get active material. And then BG material dot. Oh, could I just go like set active material? Background. Do I even need to get it? I could just go like background dot set active material. Set instance shader parameter. Set material. Is it only material override? Okay, a second. Go back. Get active material. Okay, we can't actually set the material. What the heck? Mesh instance, geometry, man. Fucking geometry. Which is the function I need to use. Get override material, get set blend surface, set surface override material. I could do that. At the end of the day, set surface override material, surface 0 material. That'll work. Material override. That'll also work. Why can't I just get the material and set it? Material overlay. It will be rendered on top of other active materials also. I'm just going to go with the set active material. Set surface material override. So background dot set material, set surface override material, surface 0, and then material is material. Let's go with that. And then I'm going to just create like an int, sorry, an input. So func input that event, and then we'll go with what do we want to do here? We want to just go if event dot is action pressed UI accept. Just enter, right? Or is it space? I forget. I think it's space. Then we want to set state. I don't know. Set state. Change state. Change state takes a card slot. What the heck? It doesn't take anything. It takes a state. They should all change to red when I press that spacebar. It works. At least there's that. Oh. That's not good. Okay. Alright, so we can change the state now. We know that works. We can go back to the card. So now we can, in theory, play. We just need to like add it up at the end. Who's red and who's blue. Basically, that's going to be the goal. We can remove this now. We know that's fine. I'm assuming it'll work in reverse as well. Card red and card blue. All right. So that's really it. Right. So now I need to be able to play against myself to test this out to make sure that it works. And then I guess we need to create some extra cards because, like, obviously having one card in the game is kind of boring. Okay. So the NPC deck is going to be, we're going to need a script here, right? NPC, we'll call that for now. Create. And it's going to be pretty similar to the player. We're going to need to know. We're not even using this, are we? We will need to know. I mean, realistically, it is the player script, except for like it's red. Right? Like, it's actually, for now, because I need to play against myself, I need to like be just a player. So I'm just going to copy this entire script. You know what I'm saying? But with the difference being set state, change state, red, right? And now they're red and these are blue, and I can just grab these and place them everywhere, right? Okay, we've always got a playable game here. Shit. But then we just need a way for either a computer. This could just be like play against a person at your desk. That would work. But we'll need to like do some logic about how to actually put them there. But for now, I want to be able to test out like the changing, like the actual game state. So we need like a turn-based system because you take turns placing cards, right? Right now, you could just have someone place all the cards, right? And that is not how the game works. You take in turns. So we're gonna need to create like a game state, right? So we'll create that object/game, and we'll go into that. And how will we know? We have to set turn. And basically we signal in between the two. That's what I'm thinking. We'll just signal whose turn it is to either the NPC or the player. So we'll just get access to each of these nodes. We're going like real basic here. So we've got the player deck, the NPC deck, and we'll need to know the turn, and it'll just be going back and forth. And we'll need a signal after the turn is completed as well. So essentially, what do we do to control the turns? So as far as interaction goes, we say on card selected, card equals card. To block interactions, we just say it's not your turn, basically. So you could either make a call to the parent state, or you could set the turn in the child state. State machine. Yes. I think it will be a state machine in the game state, and it'll essentially just like what are we going to do at the lower level? So many state machines actually. I'm getting confused, so I'm going to call this one the game state. And it'll be red versus blue, basically. Those are the two teams with left and right. Sorry. Game turn state, game state. Who cares? I can't spell current anymore. Maybe it's the turn state. Current turn. And this is a turn state, but it's not going to get set. This needs a my brain is going to like mush. We're so close. The game almost runs at a very rudimentary level. We've almost got all the logic out. We could just like tune up everything later on. Okay, so we've got the current turn is the turn state, and then on ready, we're just gonna like pick a number between 0 and 1. Can you get like a random result from an enumerator? Like, can you go like current turn, or you could just, I guess you could just pick a number between 0 and 1, because that's how they work, right? Like you could just go like var random current turn equals like this is gonna work, right? Rand I range 0 to 1. Yeah, it accepts that. Cool, great. Because it's either gonna be one of the two. And then I guess what we want to do is we want to go change turns or set turn, right? And it's going to take a turn state. I hate that word. I don't know why it shows that. Okay, we'll pass that in like that. Okay, set turn state, and we'll just go current turn equals turn state, and then we will need to match the turn state. And we'll do some text at the top to just say whose turn it is so we can keep track of it. Turn state dot red. Okay, so we've got that. Now, what we want to do is essentially each time we're going to need a label, we need a UI. Hang on. Yeah, a canvas layout. Time to bring in the canvas layout. And we'll just have like a label. Just put it in the center. Doesn't really matter. Whose turn is it anyway? That's fine. Good enough for me. Set text. Red. Okay, so we can keep track of it. Nice. And what we want to do is we want to set the turn to be ready on the player deck or the NPC deck. So they're going to need to know whether or not they can go, or we can get a reference to the game in the player or the NPC and just query it. I think that's probably easier, right? Rather than calling back. It's super annoying. No ... Nice. Works for me in my current state of mind. Right? We can just call back to the, it'll be fine. Should be right, mate. Don't worry. It's totally going to work out. And what's funny now is that we've got like two scripts on the player and the NPC, which are functionally the same, but I'm going to need to do coding in both of them. Local owned variable deck is shadowing an already declared variable deck. Bar deck in underscore deck. That works. Wait. What? Deck in deck. Deck array. Oh. Yeah, I see what you were trying to tell me in other games before. This is what I wanted to do here. Node can be assigned for. And then this is the whole reason I freaking went into. Deck dot append I. How's that? Whatever. I didn't even need the variable anyway. Doesn't matter. We need to, okay, so on card selected, we can say, we don't have a reference to game yet. It was like, I just caught up to what you were trying to tell me like half an hour ago. I'm like, oh yeah. I see what you're saying now. That's how unimportant this variable turned out to be. It's funny you do that. I don't know if anyone else does that. Like when you're trying to build something, you sort of like add variables and then it turns out you don't need them later on. You're like, okay, I didn't need that. I thought I was going to, but I didn't. I guess it's like you should probably just add them as you do rather than trying to plan it in advance. I don't know. Anyway. Lesson for the ages. On card selected. So we can say if... this is the player, so if game dot current turn state is it current turn? Expected induct. You do it? Yeah, there you go. I'm not the only one. Okay, so current state. Do we set like a team? If game.current turn is equal to game dot turn state dot blue, right? Because we're in the player. I like how that just, it's like grayed out because it doesn't know if it's going to work. Yeah. That'll work. Starting to get sketch. I love it when you try to do like a quick project like this and you're on the tail end and you're like, I don't know about that. Yeah. I can't see the state because it's white. I need to put like a color rect behind it or something. There you go. So it's the blue turn. Aha. Property turn state and base object of node. Invalid access to turn state. Okay, so just check your variables, mate. It's turn state. It's red, so Okay. Oh, you know what? I also need to check, trying to avoid the rabbit holes, yeah. You just sort of blanket things out because you're like, I need to be able to like figure out. So like this if statement here, I would never do this normally because like you're relying on something else to know, and then you have to put a bunch of if statements in and stuff like that. Like I should be setting this like, I mean, as an internal if game current turn state. So like selected and unselected need to like depend on that, I guess. And then I also need to do the same thing in the NPC, which is super annoying, and I haven't even done it right. This has to be red. It gets spicy at the end. Just wrap it all in if statements and the rest will be fine. Okay. And you can't play as red, so it's a red turn. And then the red plays. Red's always going to play because we're not. What we need to do is after the the turn has been played, we need to like the scripts need to be the same. Don't worry about it. Just forget you ever saw me do this. Oh god. Okay, so okay. On card unselected. If it's a valid turn, here we are like completing the turn. We have added the card to the slot and then we've disconnected the signals. This is when we need to tell the game state that our turn has finished. So we should signal up, right? Even though we're doing a function call here and checking stuff, which we should never do, by the way. Do as I say, not as I do. Signal, turn finished. There's nothing really, we just turn finished. Turn finished dot emit. This needs to be in the player state. This is really bad code. It's only because I don't have time to do AI, so I need to like play against myself. Okay. Game needs to signal. These both need a signal to connect on player deck finished. Turn finished. Connect. And then we can go back to the script. So we got on player deck finished. Okay, so when the player finishes, because the player is blue, of course we haven't like actually set that up. So basically we need to set turn to be the turn state red. And then vice versa, when the NPC finishes, it needs to be turn blue. Okay. So red starting turn. And now it's blue, and these guys can't start. And now I can place my card here. This is where I would place it. And it's unwinnable because basically you flip because they're all the numbers are all the same. It doesn't really work, but you get the point. And we go back and forth until someone wins. And then now we need to set that up, by the way. Blue and then red. And then the game is finished. And that will probably be, how do we know when the game is finished? When all the board has taken place. Like there's no more slots left on the board. Do we have an array in the game state? Like do we just forego everything else? We just go, yeah, array in the game state. That just, like we could emit, we could just count. We don't even really need to like know what's there. We just need to count. Like turn state. Interesting. The board? Does the board need a script? And then we like, can the board go through and it can count the number of blues and reds and it returns a score? And then we just go like, yep. add card to slot. And we also need to like work out if it needs to change, right? There's actually quite a lot to do still. So once the card's in the slot, like how do we know what's around it? We could just add areas to each of the cards. Like once they're placed, we could query the cards around it. I think because we're working in a 3D space, it probably makes sense to use like areas and collision shapes just because it's a little bit easier. So on the card, as rudimentary as it sounds, let me turn number pad off. We could add a bunch of areas on either side, and then we can just, when it's placed down, detect and like just like check the numbers basically. It sounds silly, but it'll work. So we need 4. I guess I'll just call this like top, and we'll add a collision shape to it. The thickness is probably not necessary, right? That's about the only thing. Z, I do want it to be quite long. I can't have them like touch each other, but basically we put it there and we'll detect the one above us. Like that's literally what I'm gonna do. Like screw it, who cares? We gotta be moving fast because I definitely wasted a lot of time. Okay, so I'm not sure how exactly, but I would try to do a matrix of the board. Yeah, that would work too. Yes. A matrix of the board would work fine. We would need to get the index of the board. We don't know that right now. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like we just don't have that information. Like when we place a card down, what do we get? We get, on unselected, we check for card slots. So we get the information in the player and we say, hey, put a card down here. And if you had a matrix, you could like flick that off to the game state maybe, and the game state would know, or the board would know. And once it's been placed and checked that, we are still going to need to know like what's red and what's blue, right? So in the card, we have a state of red and blue, so we can count that pretty easily. So we can just go through each of the board areas because they have a reference to that card and just like figure out if it's red or blue. That's pretty easy. But yeah, we would need I don't know, this will be easier. Turbo Seb, hey, welcome to the stream. What's going on? Let's just go with this because visually this is really easy to understand, and it's just like I won't have to think too much about it, which won't I don't want to expose myself as a dum-dum. I think I already have. What's going on here? We're making a card game called Triple Triad. It's a Final Fantasy card game, and basically you take cards and you place them on this 9x9 grid. If the card that you place down has a higher number than the one next to it, then that card turns into yours. So like, for example, if you place this down and it was blue, then this one here, because 7 is greater than 3, it would turn blue. Right now we've got like the entire like mechanics sort of, it's very basic. So you've got a turn state, so we can go blue places its, red places theirs, but there's no like scoring at the moment. So like it's not testing this number here, this 9 versus 4. And I'm doing that now. I'm going to do it in a very, very lazy way, which is using areas. I'm going to use areas because it's 3D. There's literally no reason for it to be 3D. It actually doesn't make any sense because I'm not going to have time to do the animations of them flipping. Maybe I will. I don't know. I'm already like staying up late to do this because I think it's fun. and I just want to do it in one session. So we'll keep going. Might finish around midnight. I don't know. We'll see. That gives me an hour and 15 to get it done. Okay. So we're being incredibly lazy with how we're figuring this out because we're just leveraging the 3D-ness of it all. If that makes sense. Okay. So basically, we're going to now be able to detect. So you can see all these areas. So you can see if I place this one down and then it's red's turn, these will overlap. So I'll be able to tell. They're actually going to detect the card. I think it's probably easier. I'm trying to think, like, once you know the number, because like an option is to just store the number on the area, and when they overlap with each other, check to see which one's higher. You know what I'm saying? Because like at the end of the day, this area doesn't really know where it is. So if it detects the player, like how does it know what to check? Is it above it? Is it below it? Like does it really know? We could store these in an array and have it correspond. So we could have it correspond to like this dictionary here. We could have top be an array of a number and an area. Is that crazy? Am I crazy for thinking that? And then just like, yeah, that's the one that it corresponds to. Yo. This is really bad. Don't tell anyone I did this, guys. Let's change these numbers to be something else. I should make them random, like in the ready function. I should just like set the number. Probably be like a dictionary within a dictionary would make more sense. The number in the array. I don't like this. This is dumb. What am I doing? I need commas. Just to make things interesting, I'm gonna like, in the set stats, not in the set stats, but in like, make a function called like debug random stats. Hey Vishal, how you doing? Let's just create this function. Just so that like the numbers are different for each one. Because it's kind of like annoying to see the same numbers all the time. So we can just go stats dot top equals randi range between 1 and 9. We won't worry about the A. That's kind of annoying. Now let's just do that so that we can actually see some random numbers and actually play the game. So top, right, bottom, left. Okay, so we've got that. Debug random stats. Right, now we just need, okay, so my fallback is to just like store that score, that number in the area, so that when it detects the other player, it can just go, hey, this is the top number, you need to give me the bottom. And like we do like just a little check basically, and we can detect if an area is in it. What we need to do is probably not detect ourselves. We don't want to detect ourselves. That kind of sucks. Maybe I should just make a matrix of all the scores. Because, like, what else could we do? Like, yeah, we could do a matrix. They all have random numbers now, which is nice. What do we do here? Do we do a... Do we do a back... Do we do it a... I don't want to do it. I'm lazy. There's got to be an easier way to figure out what's next here. Like, yeah, you can do an array. Like, you can do an area. That works. But then what do you do once you know where it is? Like, do you test its positioning? You could do that. You could find out, oh, that you're next to this card. Is it to the left of you? Is it to the right? The left one detected. Actually, you know what that is. That's what it is. So you got the areas, right? You know based on which one's detecting what side it's on. You don't need to actually check. So you can just do the scoring in the card. That's the answer. So we can go area entered, and we just scan. So this is monitorable. The collision is layer 1. Do we have them on a different layer? Or do we just check that it's blue or red? We can say if it's a red one, then you need to flip. If it's a blue one, I don't care about you. I will worry about that. Okay, so area entered, or do we get overlapping shapes when it's placed down? We probably want to get overlapping shapes, so this only happens once it's been so we'll do a function here. I got it. Check for other cards. Check for score. I guess you do that. Okay. Do I have these in... no, I don't. Top right, bottom, top area. I need to give these different names, otherwise I'm going to have issues. Let's get a reference to these. Where'd the bottom area go? Oh, it just didn't get selected. Top right. I want them to be in order. Okay, here we go. Check for score. So basically you go if left area dot has overlapping areas or get overlapping areas. Should only be one at any time. Var left collision. This is gonna be a long function, guys. Settle in. This is an array. Equals get overlapping areas. If so then you go if left collision, or you could just go, yeah, if left collision dot any all append. What do we want? We want to check that it's greater than. Is there another function? Any method callable? I just go size greater than 1. I'm used to doing that. Greater than 1. Size greater than 0? It's not empty. If left collision dot not is empty. So we can just go if not left collision is empty. That means it's got something in it. So we can just go, we can just get the first one. So left collision. And that's going to be the card that you need to like check against. And then we just do that for all 4. What the hell? Get overlapping areas not found in base self. Oh, that's because I need to go left area dot get overlapping position. Oh my god. Left area is not a function. Oh fucking hell. Left area. Get overlapping areas. Thank you. To be honest, let's just test. This is by far the dumbest thing I've ever done. It's got to be top first. It's top to bottom, left to right to left. It's clockwise. Top. Your brain needs some sugar. It's like 11 o'clock. I can't eat now. Right. It's fatigued. It probably need. You know, when I'm like when I'm doing this like off stream, I take frequent breaks, and I don't do that when I'm streaming. I just go like, I mean, sometimes I'm talking to you guys, which is essentially the break, but like yeah, I think that's the thing. It's like, no, I just go slower because I take time to think about what I'm doing, and now I'm just like, left area, okay, top collision top area, right collision right area, bottom collision bottom area, left collision left area. Okay, we're good. We've got every single area. Print. I just want to print. I want to see every single one of these and make sure that it's working before I go further, because if I do a bunch of stuff and it doesn't work, then I don't want to know about it. Let's freaking go, boys. Alright. Okay. Check for score. We're going to do this. Card slot. Add card to slot. Card dot check for score. Should be like check for collision or something. But yeah, we'll call it once it gets put in the slot. Now it's Red's turn. It's full screen, so I can't actually see the printouts. Okay, mouse detection. Mouse detection area. Oh yeah, it's just like detecting the mouse detection area. Right, because the card doesn't have its own area detection. It's just got the mouse detection area. Oh my god, okay. Do we need another area? So we're detecting a lot of shit here. Left area? Look at all the stuff we're picking up. We don't really want that. We probably need to go like do a little balancing here. That's a lot. Okay, so red. Let's just place that in the middle. So layers, yeah. So it detects all the mouse detection area. Every single, the top, bottom, left, right, it detects itself basically. You know, does the card need to be an area itself? This is gonna get messy. Wait a minute, am I messing with like my ability to even pick this up? Doesn't look like it. Oh yeah, I am messing with the ability to actually pick this up. That's annoying. These areas need to like to be a little bit tamed. They don't need to be this big. They just need to like reach the other side. Okay. That's a bit neater. Okay, so we need to do some layering. We also... Man, 3D kind of sucks, eh? I don't like this. Realistically, it'd probably be easier if I was raycasting. I'd still need a collision shape. I'd still need a collision shape if I was raycasting. So I need a collision shape. And it somehow needs to sit below the mouse detection. Like the mouse detection might need to be above. So stupid. And then we might need like a freaking... I regret doing this in 3D. This is such a bad idea. And then like I'm not even going to be able to do the animations. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Because we don't really want to use the mouse detection. This actually needs to be like an area. I think. Like there's no reason for it to be node. It doesn't really matter. So we can change that. But the card I think would be better off as an area because then I could detect it. It's either that or kinematic body. But I'm not moving. I'm already moving the card via a different method. I don't need to make it a kinematic body. So make it an area. The card count for their own overtaking. I don't know what you mean by that. All right. Regrets. Just put this on like some random ass layer. And now it's not being detected. No, it's this guy's turn. Left area. They don't overlap. Have the areas disabled before being put down on the board. Yeah. Whatever. Let's change type. Area 3D. Collision shape. Like a million collision shapes. What a mess. Now this collision will be on layer 1. So these guys will mask. They're on layer 1. Is that how it works? And this masks layer 1? I think that's what I need to do. And now these won't actually run. These need to extend area 3D. Red's turn. They're not detecting it. Didin. Why not? Why wouldn't they detect it now? They should. Or is it did I get it around the wrong way? Does this need to mask layer 1? And then this needs to be on layer 1? I forget how. Dude, man, I'm not. To have it around the wrong way. Red. Not detecting. I am going crazy. They're going to detect itself. That's fine. No, it's not really fine, actually. My brain is like not working right now. I don't even know how areas work anymore. Why not? Why not? Okay, I've forgotten how areas work. Masking layers. Card is on layer 1. It's monitorable. Current state blue. Layer 1. The layer it's on. The physics layer is collision objects in existence. An object can detect A contact with object B only if any of the layers object A scans. Object A can detect if the layers that object A scans. So I feel like that being on layer 1 and these guys masking layer 1 is like the right way to be. Why no work? Am I crazy for thinking that's how it works? Or no? Like if there was 2 of these, if you just had 2 cards, and they were placed side by side like this, is it just not reaching them? Like they just straight up just don't reach? I think they're not long enough. No, wait. That's not right, because I'm looking at them. I can see that in the game world. Don't save. Right, they clearly overlap each other. I don't know, man. I'm going crazy, guys. What is it? Layers and masks, eh? Enable both. Layer 1. Layer 1? Card is on layer 1, masks layer 1. Let's just enable everything. Still blank. Get overlapping areas, get overlapping areas. What the heck? Oh, so it has to be a size related thing then. Because when I made them smaller, that's when I started having this issue. Just make them longer. Problem solved. Starting position object. So now it's detecting. It's still not fucking detecting anything. Oh my god. Oh my god. Would raycasts work better here? Like, I don't really need to check it. Like, if I'm checking if it's colliding, delete. Delete. I don't really need to, like, you know, these areas kind of suck ass. Change type. Raycast 3D. Collision mask. 1. Target position. Yeah, there it goes. What the heck? I can't never see it. Z raycasts kind of suck, eh? There we go. Collide with areas. Maybe we got like collide with bodies, maybe. Collide with areas. Mouse detection? Oh, it's because this is like so low. Is that what it was? Collision shape. It was just below it. I don't know. Dude, I'm literally... I probably need to go to sleep, eh? Just make that on it. And then you've got this top area. Where's that? And so that'll detect. Put this like here. Just detect the one above it. Right? Change type. Raycast is definitely better. If I can work out the direction to raycast in. Definitely don't need any rotation. Why do I have 2 of these? How big was this one? 1.28. Just make it -1. Bring it back in. Change types. Raycast 3D. Get rid of all the rotation. There is none. Can't see shit. These are all meant to declare areas. Area. Change type. Okay, here we go. Raycast, last one. Why am I doing this? This is so stupid. I committed and that's what we decided to do. Okay. Change this. Okay, that is not a function of Raycast 3D, right? We want to call collide, collision mask, add exception, get collider. Get collider. Returns the first object the ray interacts with. Yay! Nice and simple. I don't know why I decided to do it with areas to begin with. What does it return? Return to object. Oh, awesome. That's exactly what I was looking for. Jesus Christ. Alright. This is not right. Get collider. I just need to copy this bit. Right area, get collider. Bottom area. Get collider. Left area. Get collider. Okay, so we got top, right, bottom, print, top collision. Okay. It's gonna work. A object is null. That is not what we want. They're not colliding with each other. I don't understand why they're not detecting. And I guess it's got to do with their positioning. Right? Like, am I crazy for thinking that it should just like... I don't want to... It should detect that area. What's going on? Why can't these raycasts? They detect areas. They hit from inside is fine. Hit back faces, I don't think that matters. Debug shape, custom color, thickness. We make these like really thick so I can see what the heck is going on. Dude, I don't know. What's going on? That's not gonna help at all. Object null, null, null. What the heck? Layer 1. Card. Layer 1. They should all be positioned on the board in the same level. Is the card slot on layer 1? the card slot is on layer 4 and 5. I think it just needs to be on layer 5. Is there anything else that would prevent them from like detecting each other? We've got the board, and then we've got a bunch of areas. We've got the one above and the one below. Is this a function of the fact that it's like two areas overlapping each other? Like, if I go to the card slot, the global position here, I could set the card dot global position dot y to be plus equals, like, you know, like maybe like 0.5 or something like that. I don't know. Just raise it up so that it's not interacting with the, you know what I mean? So we have like a marker. If we put it here instead, so it's not like on this area. I don't know what's going on anymore. I can't actually, like, I don't know. Oh, yeah, see, now it's working. What the heck? It literally, that was literally the problem. The problem was that there was two areas on top of it. Fucking hell. I spent way too much time on that. That's crazy, actually. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. We're back in action. We've detected the area. Alright. So, we are close now. Let's get it. Okay, so now we know that if we have a top collision, then we need to test for the bottom. We can get that object, we can get its bottom number and test it against our top number. And then just like, hey, you lost, mate. You're done. Flip the thing. Change its state, basically. So we can test each one. We can say if top collision top collision dot these are all, what did I said object. Can I like define that and say that it's a card? Is it gonna let me do that? Yes, it will. Top collision dot stats, right? We're going to look for stats dot bottom top collision. So if that, we just go like if we just score like if top collision's bottom is less than stats dot top, then we flip it. So top collision dot set state, change state, current state, like, because they're the same, right? We just need to go like that, and then that pattern just carries on for each and every single one of them. Let's pop this out. We get through this. I can't believe that was just like another one of those. I should never have done this in 3D. This is actually ridiculous. Okay, so if right collision stats dot bottom dot left, right? Because if it's a right collision, it's on. We need to get its left number is greater than our right number. Then change state is less than our right number, I should say. Okay, if bottom collision dot stats, stats bottom, we want to go stats top. If there's a bottom collision, we want to turn stats bottom. Kind of confusing, eh? Left collision, if left collision dot right, stats dot left. Something like that. Red's turn. Okay. So what's one here? We could put 4. Didn't work. Did I have my, like, order of operations around the wrong way? Let's test it. No, I'm just dumb. Look at that. They don't always collide. So this one's not colliding with that. I need to check these because they're not 100%. Okay. Did I just like one of these is like fucked up, and bottom area. It's the one on the left, right? It's not colliding with areas there. Yeah, okay, that's the answer there. Okay, so now we're getting errors. 3, 4. So what's the error? Wait, what the heck? That one's also not working. It's colliding with those ones over there. We're gonna have to turn them off when they're... Oh man, I got so many... I got so many bugs. Oh my god. What are we doing? This is what happens when I try to do a marathon. I'm not a marathon runner. I am a sprinter. I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to put it. My brain don't work this way. All right. They're not colliding all the time. That's actually really frustrating. Why wouldn't that be the case? Fuck 3D, man. Why am I doing this in 3D? This is actually the worst decision I could have made. I decided at the last second to do it that way too. Actually infuriating. This like area, just shave a bit off it. Just like halve it. It's official. I've gone insane. Oh, hey, it worked. Wait, why is it working all of a sudden? Okay. Null instance of null instance. Right, okay. Top collision. There we go, I forgot. Oh, look at that, yeah. There's like a massive bug there. Oh, this is all... Yeah, right collision, bottom collision, bottom collision, bottom collision. Left collision, left collision, left collision. There we go. That's probably why it wasn't working. Gee, I wonder. Red. Okay, it's Red's turn. I can flip this, right? I got a 6 here. And then it's red. Blue's turn. This is just like the most OP card I've ever seen. And then we flip it. Okay. We're playing now. It's working. Holy shit. It's red's turn. We can flip this. That didn't work. Okay. There's some logic errors there. So from looks like the top side doesn't function properly. We'll be able to prove that again here. They're not colliding. See, these ones are colliding. These are colliding. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. It's not like consistent. That can't flip nothing. Just put that back. See, this one's not colliding with them. This is colliding. It's not going to flip anything though. Okay, so we've got some issues there where it's not 100% colliding all the time. Now, I think this is because of like the layering that I'm doing here. See how they're not all the same? So we're getting very close now. The video is going to have to be titled "Making Triple Triad in 5 hours instead of 4, instead of 3." Shit. Okay. Why not? Yeah, I actually have a big issue with that because, like, realistically, maybe I need to. Okay, you know what I need to call? In this, right before we do this, we need to like basically call like force update, I think it's called, like top area force raycast update. I would say that's my assumption, because if they're not, bottom area dot force raycast update, left area dot force raycast update. I'll be honest with you guys, like I don't think I've made a game with so many bugs before. Probably because I've been trying to do something unconventional. Okay, so let's try to flip this. This'll do. That didn't work. That should have flipped. Can I get a printout of everything colliding? It was an ambitious project to make a card game in 3D, having never made a card game before. Okay, so it should be null, right? Null. Okay, so this should flip, and it will, because I can see that they're colliding already. Oh, it didn't. It doesn't detect it. Is it because it's inside it? Hit from inside? Is that might be like, maybe they're too close together? Okay. Maybe that was the answer. The answer is they were too close together. The raycast was inside it. Is that really what the answer is? What about this? Okay, what about if I drop a 3 on a 4? It doesn't work. Okay, so that's consistent with the rules. Okay, this... Okay, it's working. It's blue's turn. Yep, that's what should happen. Red's turn. Nothing to flip. And then, can I beat myself? I think it's a tie anyway. Okay, that was consistent with the rules. I think it's working now. That's Blue's turn. Okay. That's not a good card to put there. Oh no, yeah, that'll flip that. Yeah, no problems. Okay, yep. Easy peasy. Whoops. I don't have anything to attack that 6 with. Okay. I guess this is pretty safe here. Or like this. And these can't flip either of them, so I guess I'll do that. And now we got a 6, and they've got an 8. It doesn't matter which one you put down there, you're getting flipped. Either way. Okay. Cool. I think we've done it. That was actually a nightmare. I'm shocked that was so difficult. Probably because I was trying to do it in a way that's not supposed to. Let's be honest. It's me that is the problem. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. So now we just need a score. That's it. And then we're done. That's like technically the game. There's no AI, but like that's pretty much what it is. There's one other thing I want to do, and that's like add like a background. So like mesh, instance 3D, and just like drag it way below so it's not going to get in the way of any like dumb thing, and just make it like a quad mesh. That's fine. Or maybe plain mesh. I don't know. And then just make it like 10 by 10. Okay, 1,000 by 1,000. 20? Yeah, okay, whatever. And then just give it like a black material, standard material. Just so that it's like a bit nicer to look at. Shading. Unshaded. Okay. There we go. So now when I run it, it's just like black screen. We can probably turn off the debug shapes. There's still, I think there's some bugs when you click stuff wrong. But yeah, okay, let's figure out the scoring. Okay. So, now that you can flip cards, you can score, right? So, it's probably the easiest thing is when the turn is to count up the number of things on the board. At the end of the day, like I'm going to get rid of this board mesh. I'm just going to stick this somewhere else. So the board is just like a representation, right? So that's just like a visual thing. The board is the areas, right? So now we can get a reference to that and we can just go through and we can count every single one of them. Do we have a reference to that? No, we don't. Okay, so the board. So now we can check score. Check score. And it's void. And so basically we can go for I in board. And this is a card slot. So we can go if I dot card dot state. What is it called? State is equal to card dot state dot red, then red plus 1. Red score is an int equal to 0, but blue score is an int equal to 0. So if the start card state is equal to card.state.red, then red score equals plus equals 1. Else we also need to make sure that there is a card in the slot. So for I in card slot in board, if I, right, to begin with, because it can be null. So let's just do a little bit of nullification protection there. And if card state is red, then red score. Now, I don't want to do else. I think I want to do LF and just do the test again, just to, because I'm getting paranoid card.state. Okay, let's do that. And then blue score plus equals 1. And invalid operands equal dictionary and current state. Okay, and also at the start of all of this, you have to go blue score equals 0 and red score equals 0 so that we don't add it all up again. And then we'll create a signal and we'll create a UI so that we can actually see what the heck we're looking at. So, not much visual space here. But I think in the actual thing, it's at the bottom. So I'm going to create an HBox container. Hey mate, can you read this or only on Twitch? I can read both. Am I missing chat? Like I haven't been looking at the chat. But I can see both. I have a way of seeing the Twitch chat and I can't tell I can't always tell who's on who using the system that I'm using. Sometimes if people on Twitch have badges, I can tell. But if they don't have badges or anything, I think it can be a bit difficult to tell. I think they might be colored. Someone spoke in the chat before who was a Twitcho. Yeah, no, if they don't have a badge, I can't tell. It just all looks the same to me. I've done that intentionally. Okay. It's a HBox container and it's going to go along the bottom. There. With a label. Just put 9 in that. Put 9, okay. Let's put a big old separator in between them. A vertical separator. Yup. That's kind of shitty, if I do say so. It should be center, right? There we go. That looks a bit better. I don't know. How's that? And this will be a red score. I might not do a signal. I'm just going to set these directly. Blue score. It's almost midnight, guys. This might be the longest stream I've ever done. That's actually crazy. And I'm just like stubborn. I'm like, nah, I'm doing this before like I go to bed. I'm making this game, god damn it. I have already a variable. Right. Set text, str, blue score. Oh, red score. What is this song, man? What the hell? Okay. They probably need to start at 0. I think I'm good. Like I don't really think I want to try and implement any kind of AI. Okay, we can see the score at the bottom. Whose turn is it? It's Red's turn. 0-0. So let's try a fucking flip. Technically, it should have gone up by 1 just now. Oh, you know what? I'm not actually calling the function. I just forgot. Check score. On player turn finished. Check score. How silly of me. There's an error calling iter on iterator object type board. What? Is board not a real object? Did I just make that up? No, I did. What? There was an error calling in an object type board. Why? The local definition, we already know that. That's a dumb error. For I card slot in board.getChildren. Oh my god. I'm awake. Alright, we're getting there. Invalid access to property key, current state on object type nil. What? If I.card. I'm really not with it today. Okay, we got 1 on the board for him. Okay, and now I can flip it and it becomes 2. This is, I think, how the game is supposed to work. Give me something that I can flip with. And now it's 2-1. And then we flip back. And it's 3-1. And what can I flip? I can flip here. And now it's 3-2. And it's Blue's turn. And Blue's cooked. Actually cooked. Do we have anything? We don't have anything. I think we just lose at this point because I wasn't really paying attention. That's the best card we have to protect us. We don't have anything to, that's a bad place to put it. Why would you put it there? That's a losing move. Okay, so the win, yeah, you put that here because you can't flip then. But what do we do as red? We put this here because there's no incentive for us to do anything else. And that means that I have to protect and put this here and that there. And it's a tie? 4-5. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the score is correct. I think we're good. I think that's correct. We'll make the numbers bigger. Font size. Let's make it like 54. Okay. Okay. We're done. I think that's the game. I just need to announce at the end that there's no more turns to be had. So that's the other thing. I guess, how do we know the game is done? What we can do is when we check the score, we can just check the total number should add up to 9, right? And if it adds up to 9, the game's over. So if So if blue score plus red score is equal to 9, then game over. As a function, I don't know. Void. And basically we can say like whatever's greater. How do we figure that out, guys? Whatever's the largest. Who has the higher score, then they win. I don't want to do something dumb like if red score is greater than blue score, then red wins. If blue score, is there like an in-between that we can do? Why? I'm not working at the moment. It is so far past my bedtime. It's almost midnight. What the heck? This is the dumbest thing I've ever done. Blue score. And then I'll turn it into a flippin' I'll turn it into like a 10-minute video next week and it'll get like 50 views and it's just like, what am I even doing with my life? Blue score equals, if blue score is greater than red score, then blue score wins. We need a label. Game over label. Okay, this one just goes smack bang in the middle. And it's just going to be like red or blue. Blue's longer, so I'll write blue wins as the placeholder. We'll override the font size. The font size will be like a this. And this will be game over label. Hide this. Just get a reference to it a bit faster. If blues is greater than red, then game over score set text. Let's just hard code it because I can't be fucked. Blue score, blue wins. Else, LF, we actually have to do a test. Red score greater than blue score. Then game over label, red wins. And then if neither of those are true, then it probably is a draw. So we can just go draw. Okay. Okay. Do we add a button to like reset the whole thing? Let's just do like a VBox container. Where the heck did everything go? All wrecked. That's fine with me. Just hide it. Game over box. Okay, we got this. We got this. Okay, so game over label needs to be like redone. Game over label like this. And then game over box. We're going to show that. Okay, good. we're good. Game over box show. Reset button pressed. Get tree dot reload current scene button. Okay. Okay, well, that's an obvious placement. And then I don't think you can flip that because I didn't put any 10s in. Do we have any good numbers? Good numbers! We can flip it with that. But we can flip this with this. Either way, this is a misplay. Okay, good. Four, five. Do we have a one where I would really like to see like a double flip? I think there's a bug there. Was that red? Did it turn blue? Red wins, 5-4. Nice, okay. We did it. We did it, guys. What a freaking slog. Now, to finish it off, I will play the game to the soundtrack of the Triple Triad. Triple Triad music. Because it's a banger. I'm just saying. Shuffle or boogie? Yeah, it really is. Okay, here we go. Is that coming through? It's muted. Right, here we go. Wait, turn off debug shapes. We did it. I could cry. So stressful. Those reds turning. I'm just playing against myself because I don't have any AI. Is this really loud? Yeah, it is. Sorry about that, guys. What the heck? Okay. It's still really loud, but whatever. I don't think I have anything. Do I have anything? 7, 8. Okay, here we go. Doesn't do anything. I think I don't have any good placements. They're both weak. Yeah, I think we just cooked, mate. Blue wins. We did it. We did it. With the Fox card. This music is sick. Oh my god, what a freaking slog. Alright guys, I'm tired. This went on way longer than I expected. I thought I could knock this out in 3 hours easy. I guess I should have done it in 2D. Hindsight, like 2D, like it was like a bad choice to do it in 3D because like all I wanted was like the 3D flip because in the game the cards like flip over when you win them, But like, I ain't got time for that shit. So like, I should have really thought about that. Like, don't worry about trying to implement the visual effects, because at the end of the day, you're not going to have time, and 2D would have been way easier, like a million times easier, because all that placement stuff, like it just would have been like 5 seconds, you know? It just wouldn't have been something I had to worry about. Maybe Z ordering, I don't know, like Y sorting, you know, that weird stuff that you have to deal with in 2D. But like, other than that, like, you know, did not need to do this in 3D. That was just like an extra layer of difficulty that was not worth it. So like, am I like kind of low in the frame? I don't know how this, I changed my camera. Sorry, there's a bit of an aside. My camera is the same camera, is just on a different mounting thing. So, because like I have a teleprompter now, which is pretty cool, but I need to like have the camera come over the monitor so that I can attach the teleprompter in situations when I want to use it, which is obviously not right now. But other than that, guys, it has been real. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. We made it through. We made it. I'm supposed to do like the shout out, but like I haven't been doing it lately, and I kind of forget. And there's more people, and you can't even see it on screen. What is this? There we go. Hey, look at all these people. So many now. Awesome. Which one? There we go. It's over. It's over. I'll see you guys again some other time. I really need to finish the course that I've been working on, and like, there's so many things I have to do. I'm very behind this last couple of weeks. The cyclone set me back, and I've got a busy weekend next weekend, and I don't know, man. We'll see. We keep working. It's something we gotta, if it's not fun, we shouldn't be doing. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm rambling because I'm tired. It's midnight, guys. I've never streamed this late before. 4.5 hours. Actually crazy. I cannot believe that. I'm so tired. I go to sleep at 10. I'm going to be cranky tomorrow. Like, proper cranky, mate. Wait, where's that boogie song? I want to play that again. Dude, it's such a banger. Alright, guys. I wonder if this will get claimed.